doing and call you Kira. That is the plot of Death Note, the second most popular anime ever. Light Yagami, aka Kira, plays the psychopathic dude on his murder spree while trying not to get caught. Now there are tons of people obsessed with this anime and Light Yagami. For some reason, people just really like the whole psychopath, genius type of character. At around 6 p.m. on September 28, 2007, two hikers find a human body and two legs in a park in Belgium. There's nothing else on their body, no personal items or anything that would identify him or the killers. But two notes were found nearby with the message saying "Watashi wa Kira desu," which roughly translates to "I am Kira." Shit's crazy. A real dead person next to a Death Note reference. That was not the only mention of anime or Japan or in Belgium. They also discovered a trail left by the killers in the form of a 160-foot line of rice that led to a symbol that is supposed to be something in Japanese. Not sure what it's supposed to mean though, I can't lie. Now the police had no proper leads at all. The detectives concluded that the body was either a few days old when found or had been stored in some sort of freezer. The thighs and his sack were cut with almost surgical precision, and the only thing that they could identify was the fact that it was a Caucasian guy between 20 and 30 years old. There was no missing person matching that description, and the only witness was some jogger who said that she saw some blonde man lying down in the area where the body was discovered. This broke the media, and so there were a lot of speculations that the police was just throwing around, such as it being a prank by medical students because of the surgical precision, and the date of the discovery matched the beginning of the school year. The University of Brussels argued though that it would be almost impossible for a whole body to just disappear without anybody noticing, so that wasn't a good lead. Imagine you could just walk in there, take a body, and nobody would notice. Wouldn't seem like a very safe university. Other people thought it might be the work of a psychopath serial killer that was active between 1996 and 1997, the so-called Butcher of Mons, where 5 women were found in garbage bags without the killer ever being identified. It got really crazy. Like, listen to this. The location of the victim was very close to the highest point of Brussels, possibly a symbolic location since Kira acts as a god of death in the manga. That was out of the actual wiki of the case. Might as well just say that Kira got reincarnated into this world. On November 24th, the police announced that they reached a dead end on the 2-month-old case, and the media was low-key geeked. A murder that nobody could solve, referring to Death Note, and they just wouldn't find any conclusion to the case. Until 3 entire years later, around September of 2010, the police managed to arrest 4 suspects linked to this case. 3 people for the actual and 1 person for failing to provide assistance to a person in danger. It turns out that the deceased person actually lived with multiple of the at the time of the disappearance. An argument broke out between them and the victim refused to leave the apartment when asked, and so it turned physical. They supposedly beat the person until he passed and tried to dissolve the body in the drain cleaner. Some vile stuff. When they came back some days later, according to one of the killers, it stank and was bluish, so they cut the body into pieces. They tried to burn it, but eventually decided to scatter the remainings in the park. In June 2013, 2 of the 4 suspects were convicted and received sentences of 20 years. A third suspect was convicted to 23 years since she went on the run after appearing in court for only 1 day. You've gotta be crazy if you're trying to run from this case. Now the real question is actually, why were there multiple notes saying "I am Kira"? Well, it turns out they were just really big fans of the manga and anime, and so they decided to leave them there. And they didn't even spell the sentence correctly. They wrote "Watashi wa Kira desu," but it's supposed to be "Watashi wa Kira desu." I'm no Japanese bro though, so I'm just repeating what my sources say.
Our young generation is clearly lost.
2015, Japan. Maya Tomita is 20 years old, studying business and pursuing her passion in the entertainment industry. She has already made a small name for herself by appearing in the TV drama Secret Girls, which was basically a show about these girls living a secret double life as a Japanese idol group. Kinda like Batman, but with more singing and less fighting crime, I think. But after doing a few side gigs here and there, she decided to become an independent artist and musician. In order to gain popularity, since she was still pretty underground, she traveled to different restaurants and venues to play her songs. During these shows, she slowly builds up her following and meets a ton of new people, including Tomohiro Iwasaki. He's around 26 when he first discovers her. He is essentially the polar opposite of Tomita. Her professors describe Tomita as having this very bubbly personality and being very kind and outgoing in general. Iwasaki, on the other hand, has basically isolated himself for the past years. He He barely has any friends or social interactions in general. He's like the role model of 4chan users. His brother described him as unskilled in expressing his emotions, but also a gentle and childlike soul. From the first time he saw her, Iwazaki really liked Tomita, and she wouldn't be the first person he would later become absolutely obsessed with. The thing is, Iwazaki had a history of stalking idols and documenting their every move on his blog, where he would share all his thoughts and feelings. And he was a very passionate individual. It would escalate to a point where multiple police reports would be filed against him for following idols in real life and sending them threats. But the worst crime would have yet to come. Like with all the other Japanese idols, Iwazaki quickly became infatuated with Tomita. He would start off as a passionate fan of her and her work, giving her chocolates and little gifts after her performances, which could still be seen as quite normal. I mean, fans give stuff to their idols or role models all the time. But as time went on, he became more and more obsessed. In 2016, after giving her various gifts ranging from flowers to weird-ass books, he built up this fantasy that they're gonna become a thing somehow. I mean, he gave her so many cool things, right? So Iwazaki would decide to propose to her in the restaurant she would perform at that night, with his biggest gift yet, a very expensive gold watch, along with random books. So far, Tomita has been quite nice to him, accepting his gifts and all that, but she obviously couldn't marry this guy. They never even talked outside of her performing, so she rejected him, but she gave him his Twitter so he could check out what she was doing more often, and somehow that seemed to satisfy Iwazaki. Although he was like very isolated from everyone essentially, and seemed like the perfect guy to run a Discord server, he actually only used Ameba. I don't know how to pronounce it, to be honest. A Japanese social networking and blogging platform. So getting access to her Twitter seemed like something very intimate to him, although it definitely wasn't. And so he followed Tomita and a friend of hers, who also performed that night he proposed. Right away, this guy started tweeting like crazy. I'm talking dozens of tweets in a day. Also his idol and her friend. By now, Tomita was more than creeped out and knew that if she actually responded to him, she would only feed more into Iwazaki's fantasies. So she just straight up ignored him. Her friend though initially replied to Iwazaki, since she probably didn't know that he literally attended almost every single one of Tomita's concerts and was just a creep in general. But even she stopped talking to him after a while, and being ignored for all that time kind of flipped a switch in him, which made his love for Mayu Tomita turn into hatred. He proceeded to spam her Twitter with over 400 messages telling her that she's looking down on him, that she's ungrateful, and he even threatened her life. In order to bring an end to all this, she decided to return the expensive watch he gave her and blocked him on Twitter at the end of April. That would be 12 days before the attack. On the 9th of May 2016, Tomita decided to file a police report against him since she did not feel safe at all. The police didn't really do anything though, since it did not fall under Japan's stalking laws back in the day, and they didn't think that harassment on social media was a serious enough threat. Police really was on demon timing. They did not care at all. At this point, Iwazaki has gone absolutely mental. Because Tomita blocked him, he spam messaged her friends on Twitter, demanding all of the gifts back now. The chocolate, the weird books, the flowers, he wanted all of that back. Brody, how do you expect chocolate to be returned? But what can you actually expect from a guy like him? Even though this was a very stressful time for Tomita and all her loved ones, she had to keep it pushing. She was trying to make it as a singer after all. So on May 21st, she was set to perform at an event called Solid Girls Night Volume 11. She publicly announced that she would be there, so she was obviously kinda scared that Iwazaki might pull up, and her worst nightmare became a reality. Before she could even enter the venue, Iwazaki confronted Tomita and asked her why she returned all of the gifts. Tomita was obviously frightened as a and gave a vague answer before trying to run away. When she turned around, Iwazaki stabbed her from behind in the chest and neck area 61 times with a 3.1-inch knife. He allegedly screamed, "You should die," while doing that. Eyewitnesses immediately called the police after hearing Tomita scream for help and arrested Iwazaki. You can see in the pictures, this guy doesn't seem to feel any type of remorse or shock at all. This is a genuine psychopath, bro. Tomita was in critical condition, but God knows how, Iwazaki didn't manage to damage any vital organs, so she managed to survive and regain consciousness on June 7, 2016. She lived. Unfortunately though, her dream of becoming a popular singer has been destroyed, since she had problems even talking or using her hands. She also suffered from PTSD, so imagine going on stage with that. The police later on issued an apology for not doing anything when she was literally begging for help, saying that they didn't know that the harassment was happening outside of social media as well. Iwazaki only received 14 years, but it actually led to Japan changing their anti-stalking laws to include online harassment on social media as well, so there was at least something positive coming out of this. Now this was an insane case of obsession, but this next case had even more casualties.
Our young generation is clearly lost.
Kyoto Animations is one of the greatest animation studios in Japan. It was the main publisher of a ton of insane animes, including K-On!, A Silent Voice, Free, and a bunch more. The company has multiple locations throughout Japan, but this story is about Studio One, the building actually dedicated to the animation side of things. It's 2018 and Kyoto Animation suddenly experiences an influx of hate messages. It starts off as threats and slander, but as time goes on, the messages develop into threats, even mentioning specific staff that are working for Kyoto Animation. This whole thing escalates to the point that in October of 2018, the company went to the police to investigate. The Kyoto police tried to find out who was behind these, at this point, hundreds of death threats, but couldn't pinpoint any person, as the creator used Tor to hide their information, kinda like the dark web type of alley. And so the police just kinda gave up. I mean, they're just empty threats after all, right? This would be the potential foreshadowing to one of the most tragic things happening in the anime industry ever. Shinji Aoba, 41 at the time, was staying at an internet cafe on July 16. According to eyewitnesses, he was seen walking around the area close to the animation studio, kinda just cooking up his plan, I guess. 2 days later, on the morning of July the 18th, Aoba walks into the studio, carrying 11 gallons of gasoline. He basically soaks the entire area, including several employees, before igniting it. He sets multiple employees on fire, including him during the process. Right away, the fire results in an explosion at around 10:31 AM due to the gasoline mixing with the air or something. I'm not a chemist. And Aoba supposedly screams "die" repeatedly as he carries out his act. The fire grows by the entrance, as Aoba just walked in there, and it traps the entire staff inside the building. Some workers try to escape through the second and third floors, but the explosion caused the floors to be filled with smoke within 30 seconds. Making escape almost impossible. 5 hours later and the fire is under control, but it's only extinguished the next day at 6 AM. The building had no fire sprinklers or anything due to it being classified as a small office building, which is crazy to think about. Now, before I talk about the aftermath of all of this, which is absolutely insane, why did Shinji Aoba do all this? Did he not like the anime they produced? Was he just batshit crazy? Well, as I already said, he lit himself on during the process, so he had to be rushed to the hospital with severe burns. While being transported there, he admitted to having started the fire, and he actually admitted doing it because of plagiarism. You heard me right? Because of plagiarism. He accused the studio of stealing ideas from his novel. Aoba had submitted a draft novel to the studio, but it didn't even pass the first stage of assessment and was forgotten. But he was still convinced that they stole stuff from his work. Now let me just read out the scenes that were supposedly stolen. His main accusation was that in the anime Tsurune, there's a character in episode 5 who buys meat at a 20% discount. And his novel also happens to have a scene where the hero buys something at a 50% discount. That's it. Now there are also some other scenes that were supposedly stolen. So in the anime Free, right? There's a scene where a school banner reads "Swimming Club advanced to regional tournament." Aoba's novel apparently included a few scenes where banners appear too. This guy's not serious. And the last one is where a character in K-On! Says to a junior, "I repeated the grade." And in Aoba's story, there's a scene where a high school boy is told by his teacher, "If you continue like this, you'll repeat the grade." Those were all the scenes that were apparently plagiarized. It's not like they happen to have the exact same concepts in terms of story or have very similar characters. They happen to have similar scenes, but they were completely different animes. The amount of times an anime girl punches a guy in the face, animation studios would be accused of plagiarism all the time. So let's talk about the disaster he actually created. 70 people were inside the studio at the time of the fire. 36 employees, most of them almost instantly because of the severe burns, and some of them because of the carbon monoxide a couple days later. Among some of the deceased were Naomi Ishida, a color designer who has worked for the company since 1992. She was the first victim who was identified as. Also, Yasuhiro Takemoto, who was an animator, scriptwriter, and director in the fire. He's worked at Kyoto Animation for almost his entire career. And Yoshiji Kigami, a giant in the industry, a veteran who has worked on films like Akira and Studio Ghibli's Grave of the Fireflies. The world of anime and Japan lost so many important people that day because of this man. This event was one of the deadliest massacres in Japan since the end of World War II. Now, Aoba was transferred to a university hospital, and he received all the necessary surgery to survive. After 4 months of recovery, he was able to talk and wasn't in critical condition anymore. He got artificial skin and the whole package. After recovering, he said that he regretted his actions and was thankful for the staff, who treated him better than anyone has ever before. Could have thought about that before doing that, big bro. On December 16th, he was charged with attempted and a bunch of other things. And it turns out the novel might have just set off this behavior, but wasn't actually the cause of it, since Aoba had a prior criminal history and suffered from mental illness. In 2012, for example, he robbed a convenience store with a knife and was jailed for 3.5 years. And he did that just because, I guess. This whole court thing takes quite a while, but in January of 2024, he was finally sentenced, and he received the death penalty, which he accepted. Pretty crazy if you think about it. They saved his life and proceeded to do surgery on him for months just to give him the death sentence. But I digress. After the attack, some of the employees who were involved in this tragedy returned to work at the other location of Kyoto Animation. But obviously some of them took extended breaks to deal with the stress and trauma, and the building was demolished.
Our young generation is clearly lost, man.
It's 4 p.m. The police in Tokyo receive a call that a man has been Once they arrive at the scene, they find a person seated on the floor. It's an attractive young woman sitting in the lobby of her building, but her legs and hands are covered in blood. She's sitting next to the man who's slowly out, literally just chilling with a phone in her hand. That woman was Yuka Takaoka. When all of this happened, Takaoka was a manager at a hostess club. A hostess club is basically a place Japanese men go to get their ego stroked. They go in, the girls working there pretend like they're the king of the world and make them buy drinks and spend money. There's also some spicy stuff going on behind the scenes, but most of the time it's really just talking and drinking. Imagine feeling like Justin Bieber in his prime, but you just pay for that feeling instead. Takaoka's job was kinda just overseeing the place and trying to milk out as much money out of these men as possible. Now on the side, Takaoka was also a huge anime fan. Who would have thought? Whole videos about otakus. She would do the typical thing of cosplaying characters and stuff like that. Nothing out of the ordinary. There was one type of character though she seemed to cosplay the most. Yanderes. If you're chronically online, you know what those are, but if not, yanderes are basically these girls in animes, or I guess also in real life, who are overly in love with somebody. Like that next level stuff. Anybody who gets near their crush gets stabbed and they become all crazy. That's like the whole story of the game Yandere Simulator, right? You're this girl who everybody and anything who stands in the way of your love. Now let's get back to the hostess club. Those are designed for Japanese men to talk to women. But there's also the female counterpart, host clubs. Women go there to just forget about reality and talk to young men. And in one of those host clubs, Phoenix Luna had just started working there as a host to make a living. It's obviously not his real name though. Even though he just started out, he actually managed to do pretty decently as a host. He was number 4 and for quite some time number 3 in terms of popularity, which didn't result in a lot of money, but it was enough to survive, since he was also able to sleep there. He just kinda had that nice look to him. I mean, he's not an ugly guy, nor did he. So one night, Yuka Takaoka decided that work was pretty draining as a manager. So she just wanted to relax a little and get some male attention. And so she went to Fusion Nightclub, the host club where Luna worked at. Now it was just something about this guy that caught Takaoka's attention. And so she chose him to entertain her for the night. She spends some money, has a pleasant night, and then goes home. As transactional as it gets, basically. It's like somebody subbing to a big streamer. They get $5 and you get to see your name on the screen for a split second. But Takaoka just keeps thinking about this man, so she decides to return to the club over and over again. You gotta know, for the past years, Takaoka has only been focusing on stacking her bread, so she has some money to spend, at least for a while. So she goes in there and buys champagne after champagne, and the person who kinda makes her buy those drinks earns a commission, right? So Phoenix Luna is pretty happy about making more money. After a while, Takaoka notices that Luna is only ranked 4 on the leaderboard, and so she decides to spend even more money on him to get him up those ranks. And I'm not talking about a few $100s here and there. She spent up to 10k a month on Luna, which got him to rank 1 on the leaderboard within a month. They spend so much time together that Takaoka builds up this fantasy that if she just keeps spending money on him, he would eventually be able to quit his job and they could be a couple. Some down bad fantasy right there. This delusion escalated to a point where she would pay him to go on dates with her and paid extra money so she could reserve him every time she visited the club. Now Luna obviously kind of plays along since he's making decent money at this point, and it's kind of the job of somebody working there to be like a pretend boyfriend. And Takaoka would kind of know that since she literally works in the industry herself, but I guess if you got those pink glasses on, you can't be stopped. She proceeded to rent a whole apartment near Luna's club so they can move in together, and I guess Luna kinda agreed to live there part-time. This is the part where she actually turns full-on yandere herself. She gets so jealous of his work that she tells him that every time he meets a woman who's paying for his services, if you know what I mean, he should call and tell her. Remember, this man is not in a relationship with Takaoka at all. She's just paying him to pretend. Imagine a tier 3 sub tells Pokimane that she can't get in a relationship because he's her biggest fan.
You ain't funny.
But Luna kinda plays along because he's a sweet guy, and so he agrees to do so. On May 23rd, 2019, Luna calls Takaoka and tells her, hey, I'm meeting with another woman, strictly business, you know what I'm saying? Just wanted to let you know, even though this is literally the exact thing she told him to do, Takaoka goes mad. So mad that she makes up a plan to self-exit. But she's also like, if she's going to, might as well take him with me so they can be happy in the afterlife. Kinda like Romeo and Juliet type of story. All this time, Luna obviously said, I love you and stuff like that to her, but even she knew that he just did that because he got paid to do so. And in her head, if they both passed, his statements might become a reality. So she pretends like she didn't just come up with the most twisted, evil plan ever and tells him to go over to their apartment so he can help her clean the place. After they do that, and also for some change, he takes a bath to just kinda unwind and relax. While he's taking a nap, Takaoka decides to snoop through his phone and finds pictures of another woman at the nightclub with him. Those weren't even explicit or anything, just photos that align with his work, right? Luna steps out of the tub to go to sleep in the actual bed of the apartment, and it's all good. That night, Takaoka waits until about 3:50 AM to ensure he's really asleep. She takes out a knife and stabs him in his stomach. He obviously instantly wakes up, shocked that he literally has something in his body, and before being able to push her away, Takaoka sits on top of him, asking him if he really liked her. I think in this situation, every guy would do the same thing, and he just tells her, I love you, and then pushes her to the side. He runs towards the elevator to try to get out of the building ASAP, and Takaoka follows him after grabbing some things. Luna loses consciousness though, and so Takaoka literally drags his body to the lobby of their residence, and just sits next to him, waiting for him to die. Now a random woman just walks by and sees all of this, and is shocked to her core. First thing you gotta do is obviously take a picture, and then she calls the police. In the picture, you can see Takaoka on her phone, talking to God knows who, without a care in the world. Nobody does anything to stop her though, since they don't know what she's actually capable of. I mean, I would definitely not go near a girl sitting next to a grown man who's slowly acting like everything is sunshine and rainbows. And that brings us back to the beginning. Police arrive and arrest her, and she actually doesn't put up any sort of fight. While she's in the police car, you can literally see her smiling, like she enjoyed that stuff. Now comes probably the most obscure thing ever. Following this attack, Takaoka basically builds a huge following because she's somewhat attractive. Like, what? It's like the guy who ran over who ended up getting like edits made of him. She got fan art. People described her as too beautiful to be criminal, and all of that. In December of 2019, she got 3.5 years in prison for attempted. Only 3 years for all of that. The good side is, Luna was able to recover from his heavy injuries. He regained consciousness 5 days after the attack, even though the doctor said that he only had a 20% chance of surviving. But obviously he wasn't able to talk, eat, walk, or do anything essentially for quite some time. But after recovering from all that, as far as I know, he actually came back to the industry. He still works in the same host bar, but it's like way more popular now since everybody knows his story. The one downside is that his liver doesn't work anymore, and so he can't drink alcohol, but he can probably live with that. And this guy's some kind of saint. Luna agreed to do an interview with some reporters, right? And he literally said that he fully forgives her for what she did. This guy's like an angel or something. Now let's talk about Takaoka. This all happened in 2019 and she got 3 years. Doing some basic maths and she's been out there. And she actually posts quite regularly on her Instagram, still doing cosplays and stuff like that. And she also streamed, like Pokemon and stuff.
Our young generation is clearly lost, man.
Junji Matsumoto was born in 1962 in, who'd have guessed, Japan. You could describe him as a typical introvert kind of nerd type of guy. He didn't really talk much, and when somebody asked him something in class, he would just straight up not respond or go to the bathroom as an excuse. He really was just in his own world for real. For example, one time in class, he was asked what he wanted to be when he grew up, and he just didn't say a word, probably just stared at the teacher. Later, when the classmate asked him in private what he wanted to do, he said he wanted to be a scientist, since he was pretty good at math and science. So he might have been a shy kid, but he at least had something going for him. He could focus on becoming a scientist and just live a normal life. Unfortunately, he would experience an episode of events that will lead him to kill both of his parents. After graduating high school, he secured a job for a little bit, but quit since he couldn't adjust to the workplace, probably because of his shyness or anxiety, and he just kind of stopped looking for jobs. Instead, he now spends most of his time watching anime, reading manga, and helping out at the liquor store that his mother runs, alongside his big bro. He has no sort of friends, and his family are really the only people he actually talks to. It's safe to say he doesn't really have any plan on what to do with his life, and he continues this exact lifestyle for 30 years. 30 years of watching anime, reading manga, and sometimes helping out at the store. And now comes the first unlucky event. His brother is hospitalized because of some sort of illness, which leaves Junji's mom and Junji to run the store now. But things just don't really work out after a while. Other corporations around the area slowly open up stores, Junji can't really operate things, and the parents are quite old now, so they decide to close the shop and retire. I mean, he's around 49 when this happens, so his parents are getting up there as well. Respect to the grind, but at one point you gotta hang it up, right? So they're both retired now, and his dad kinda runs the household since his wife is not physically able to do so. Here comes the second unfortunate event. On June 13th, 2021, Hirokazu, the dad, who's now in his 80s, just rides his bike when he gets into an accident. And you know how quickly older people can break bones and stuff. I mean, it's pretty crazy that he's even able to ride a bike at that age. But the father ends up being wheelchair bound nonetheless. With his brother hospitalized for 10 years now, and his dad being in a wheelchair, it is now fully Junji's responsibility to take care of his parents and the household. And he's overwhelmed. He suddenly has to attend to them 24/7. Every time they gotta go to the toilet, he has to help them. When they need to take a shower, he's gotta help them. And something like a retirement home is out of the question, since they do not have the funds to support that at all. Matter of fact, he uses the money that they saved up over the decades to buy the food and all that, since he hasn't had a job that actually paid him since he was 19. It really seems like a dead end. Now let's talk about the most unfortunate event. On June 20th, 2021, Junji was just watching his favorite anime. Probably like, my little sister can't be this cute. Enough with the jokes. This is really sad. He watches this anime to kind of escape reality for a bit, and his father asks him to help him to the toilet, as usual. But there's a really good scene happening right now, so Junji just tries to ignore him. His father really needs to go though, so he's kind of complaining and annoying him, if you can put it like that. He asks him over and over again, until Junji snaps. He's so fed up with his father that he grabs an electrical cord and just starts him. His dad kind of squirms around and tries to stop it, but Junji continues. And all that is left now is his father's soulless. Junji doesn't just live with his father though, right? His mother witnessed everything as well. So in his head, he needs to get rid of her too. He's now left with two in front of him. He grabs them and puts them into the big ass empty fridge that used to be part of the liquor store. He shoves them in there and just tapes the door shut. Jesus Christ, bro, this stuff is disturbing. After the adrenaline probably kind of wears off, he realizes that he had just become a criminal, even though he just wanted to watch his anime. He does not want to go to jail though, probably because he wouldn't be able to watch his anime, so he devises a plan to escape. After the incident, he calls off all appointments that his parents had. He calls off the rehab for his mother, and he postpones the visit of the welfare guys who would have come to the home to check up on them. On June 23rd, he takes all the credit cards of his parents and withdraws everything he can out of there, and then he leaves. There's a mix of him riding his bike and taking trains, but he essentially travels from one side of Japan to the other side, sleeping in different hotels, motels, whatever he could probably find. While he's gone, his relatives actually try calling them multiple times, but obviously nobody picks up, and so after a while of calling them, they called the police instead for a wellness check. They knew that Junji was under a lot of pressure and was kind of, closed off, not really the guy to talk and stuff. So on June 28th, the police checks up on them. Upon entering the house, they notice this weird stench coming from the fridge, and when they open it, they find this. This is a 3D model of how the were inside the fridge. Damn. So they find both of the parents, but they don't know where the last person is, Junji. I mean, in their heads, everything could have happened to him. He might have been kidnapped, or also met the same fate as the parents. So they ask around. They interview the neighbors and stuff like that, and they all tell them Junji was kinda acting weird lately, and somebody spotted him riding his bike, and that leads to a nationwide search for him. The police looks at security camera footage, they ask hotels and all of that, and through that, they actually managed to track him down pretty easily. On July 4th, 2021, they find him in a hotel parking lot in Kyoto. They first arrest him for leaving corpses without reporting it or something, which you obviously should do, but he quickly admits that he was actually the one who them. And not gonna lie, this next part is just really depressing. During his trial, the prosecutor asks him about his family, and he basically describes how his mother suffered from a lumbar fracture. I don't know what that's either, but her back probably hurt so much that she said she didn't want to live anymore. And his father developed dementia in early 2021, and when he asked Junji to help him use the toilet, all that pent-up frustration and pressure just exploded, and he didn't care about the repercussions of his actions. During that trial, there were also talks about him having a personality disorder, which made him so shy and isolated from everybody, but that didn't really change the result of the sentence. On the 6th of, I don't know to be honest, because the article doesn't say what 6th, but I'm guessing on the 6th of July, he was sentenced to 30 years in prison for alongside some other things.
Our young generation is clearly lost, man.
Tsutomu Miyazaki started off like almost every single person on this list. He was born in 1962 in Japan, and during his childhood he kept to himself a lot. He was bullied in school and didn't have a lot of friends, or any friends. And the reason for that is actually because of something entirely out of his control. He had a hand deformity which made his hand appear claw-like. I couldn't find a real close-up of his actual hand, since a lot of people use this picture, which doesn't even have anything to do with this case, but you can kind of see his hand right here. Because he was kind of an outcast, he spent a lot of time reading manga and watching anime. And like a lot of pubescent teenagers, he also dabbled in spicy content and horror movies as well. But as time went on, he gradually started watching more violent and graphic stuff. But I'll get there. Now, although Tsutomu was kind of a loner, from the outside it actually looked like his life was pretty nice. He was born into a wealthy family. They ran a newspaper business and they were actually quite well known in the area. Additionally, he was a straight A student. He attended a very prestigious high school and was basically a 5-star recruit, but for academics basically. He wanted to study English to become a teacher. Pretty wholesome so far. But of course the outside often does not reflect the inside. People flex designer stuff even though they're dead broke. And Tsutomu felt the same way, dead inside. His parents were always working. They put so much pressure on him to perform well in school. He still had no friends, and the only person he actually talked to was his grandfather, who was basically raising him. And all that just accumulates over time. You can tell that he started to show cracks when his grades dropped. And they dropped dramatically. He went from a rising star to rank 40 out of 56, which is pretty bad if you can't tell. Now, the high school he attended was connected to a university, so if you do well enough, you can just kind of transition and study the thing you want to study. In his case, English, right? But his grades dropped so low that he couldn't get in, so he had to attend a random local college instead, and decided to become a photography technician out of nowhere. And you really gotta remember these small details, because once I reach the end, all these little facts will have such a compounding effect. Tsutomu studied photography or whatever, and during this time, his obsession with weird media started growing. Apparently in college, he would take not so appropriate photos of female players on the tennis court and be an absolute fiend for spicy magazines. But according to him, they became boring after a while, since they black out the most important part. So he would go down the route of seeking more extreme stuff, such as media including people not of age. He really fell into the depths of full-fledged degeneracy. And this is only the beginning. At home, he still felt like nobody in his family really cared about his happiness or anything. They were only focused on material things and the business, which actually drove him to be quite depressed. And during that time, in the mid-1980s, so when he was in his 20s, he actually considered self-exiting. His grandfather managed to talk him out of that though. Unfortunately, in 1988, his grandfather would pass away. His only source of sincere human connection was gone now. The worst thing that could ever happen to him during this period happened. Simultaneously, his grandfather was probably the only one who kept Tsutomu's dark thoughts in check, so he had no person who would regulate him now. And considering that regulate means taking pictures of women, you can kinda guess where this leads. His change of personality was noticeable from the get-go. He began spying on his little sisters and attacked them when they confronted him. When his mother caught wind of it, she also said that he should watch less of his videotapes, that at this point contained increasingly more vile and graphic stuff. Like the anime and horror tapes definitely were not the mainstream type, let's put it this way. He wasn't watching My Neighbor Totoro, okay? And in order to feel closer to his grandpa, that he understandably very much missed, he would also eat some of his ashes. But as crazy as it sounds, the worst has yet to come. It's August 22nd, 1988, and Mari Kono, who's 4 at the time, is just playing at a friend's house. And Tsutomu takes notice of this girl. I would really love to say that he just went on with his day and all is good, but instead he decides to lure her in his black Nissan. And he drives off with Mari. He drives for a while and eventually parks the car under a bridge. For 30 minutes they just sit in the car and do nothing, until he decides to murder her and does some unspeakable things after. When he's done, he dumps the near his house and lets it decompose, before keeping some parts as a trophy in his apartment. He then decides to send a box to Mari's family, including several teeth, grounded bones, and photos of clothing. And I think you can imagine who they belong to. This absolute psychopath also sends a postcard that reads, Mari, bones, cremated, investigate, proof. This happens a total of 4 times. October 3rd, 1988, Tsutomu spots Masami Yoshizawa, who's 7 at the time. He offers Masami a ride, which she unfortunately accepts. He drives to the same place that he brought Mari to and her. He does the same unspeakable things to her, takes her clothes, and returns home. December 12th, 1988, Erika Namba plans to return home from a friend's house when Tsutomu kidnaps her. He her into his car and drives to a parking lot. and takes pictures of her, of the inappropriate kind. Her was found 3 days later, close to the parking lot. On December 20th, Namba's family also received a postcard that reads, Erica, cold, cough, throat, rest, death. June 6, 1989. It's been almost an entire year now since his first victim, and he still has not been caught yet. Ayako Nomoto, age 5, is again just playing in the park when Tsutomu asks to take pictures of her. After doing so, because Ayako obviously doesn't think anything of it, she's 5 goddammit, he convinces her to get into his car where they could continue taking pictures. And again, he murders her. He does not let her rest though. He keeps her body in his apartment for the next 2 days and does unspeakable things until it starts to decompose. He also drinks her and eats parts of her. To make it even harder for all of the families of the victims, he would keep sending postcards describing what he did to them in detail and even call them regularly. When the families would pick up, they would just hear him breathing through the phone, not a single word being said. July 23rd, 1989, Tsutomu sees 2 sisters playing in a park, and he convinces the younger sister to go with him. Again, he starts taking pictures. But before this horrible cycle of suffering is able to continue, her father steps in and attacks Tsutomu. Luckily, her older sister who stayed behind ran to her dad to tell him what happened. Tsutomu was able to escape, but leaves his car behind. When he eventually returns, thinking that he's safe, he's finally arrested by the police, who waited there the entire time. But that is not the end. Just yet. When the police enter his apartment, they find a total of 5,763 videotapes, some containing anime, some containing horror movies, and some containing footage of his victims. Like the entire room was just filled with tapes. On March 30th, 1990, pretty much all of Japan knew who this man was, and it was a huge thing on the news. His dad, who apparently didn't know any of this beforehand, didn't bother to pay any kind of attorney to represent him, and his whole family obviously disowned him. During the trial, Tsutomu would really just yap. He blamed his alter ego for all the he called him the Rat Man. This is a picture he drew to describe him. Bro really just copied the Chuck E. Cheese costume. The thing is, under Japanese law, people who are in the state of like insanity where they commit their crimes aren't punished in the sense of going to prison. Instead, they would be sent to a medical facility or something similar. So it was really just a question of, was he actually insane or just pretending to be to get his sentence reduced? During the interrogation, he talked about how the Rat Man was always standing next to him. And before he killed one of the victims, 10 rat men would just appear, and once they were gone, the victim was dead. Like really just trying to seem like he was insane, which he obviously was to a degree, but he was definitely also fully aware of what he did. There were 3 teams of expert psychiatrists analyzing him, I guess, and they all came to different conclusions. One deemed him as schizophrenic, the other team said that he had multiple personality disorder, and the third team said that he might have had a personality disorder, but was still capable of his actions, making him fully responsible. And the court ended up deciding in favor of the last team. And so on April 14, 1997, he was sentenced to death, but he was actually hanged in 2008. That was something, man. Subscribe if you want more.
Anime. How does she seem to you?
Otakus typically refer to people who are overly obsessed with anime, manga, and just Japanese.
Man, I've already played these games. I wish they had Yandere Simulator for mobile.
Hey, you there. Can I let you in on a little secret?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, you dumbass, who else would I be talking to? I heard that you want to play Yandere Simulator, but for some reason you're acting like a 11-year-old who does not comprehend the ways of using a computer to download the game, so you wish it were on your phone instead.
How did you get in my house?
Are you serious? Why does that matter? Shut the hell up.
Well, yeah, actually, I was just thinking about how I couldn't play Yandere Simulator on my phone.
Well then, congratulations, you're in the right place to fall into the Sorisato rabbit hole.
The Sorisato rabbit hole?
Yes, the Sorisato rabbit hole. Are you deaf or something, you piece of trash? Anyways, yes, it will be very interesting and fun and will definitely not traumatize you at a young age.
I mean, if you say it'll be fun, sure, why not? Yandere Schoolgirls Online. From the trailer that you just watched, you can tell, wow, this is such a great game. If you've heard of this game before, you know that this video is going to be a true.
This is now the third time I've worn this shirt in a video. What can I say? It's relevant to a lot of video topics. In my Whatever Happened to Profile customization video, I asked if anyone would be interested in me making a video about old shock sites. And several people said they would like to see that, so this is that video. Just a heads up that I'm going to be discussing some topics that are not safe for work or not safe for life. I'm not going to be going into graphic detail about anything, obviously, but probably don't watch this video out loud at work or in front of your grandma or something. Let's hope to God that this doesn't get age restricted or demonetized. It's no secret that the internet is home to some pretty awful things. Creeps, rage bait, Twitter, but we tend to think of the worst as being tucked away in shadowy corners of the dark web. There's plenty of disturbing stuff available on the clear web, however. All of the sites I'm going to discuss today could easily be found through a Google search, or Bing if you're freaky like that. So what exactly is a shock site? The most basic definition is a website that showcases explicit material, often violent or sexual in nature, with the intention to be shocking. Some of these websites contain galleries of this kind of material for users to browse and are updated regularly, potentially allowing users to submit content themselves, while others contain a single image or video meant to be shared around, often as part of a bait-and-switch prank. I'll be talking about both kinds of websites in this video, from oldest to most recent. Now if you're ready, let us dive into the soft white underbelly of the internet and eviscerate it for all to see. One of the first, and certainly one of the most infamous shock sites was Rotten.com. It was launched in 1996 by a developer known as Soylent Communications. The site's tagline was an archive of disturbing illustration, and it hosted a collection of various macabre images, videos, articles, and news stories that included footage of violent acts and horrific accidents, medical, forensic, and autopsy photographs, weird porn, and all manner of other gross and disturbing things. The sparse Web 1.0 layout of the site featured links with taglines that would allude to the content the link led to in an ironic or humorous manner, but there were no thumbnails, so it was always a bit of a gamble what you would find whenever you clicked on something. Most content was submitted to the developers by users of the site. As you can imagine, the site was no stranger to controversy. In 1997, people flocked to the site when alleged images of Princess Diana's body being pulled from the car wreck that killed her were leaked on it, though these were later proven to be fake. Several other dead celebrity photos made their way to the site over the years, which were a major source of traffic for Rotten. They also drew criticism for posting photos from the 9/11 attacks, particularly of people jumping from the burning towers. They even received legal threats over the years, including, but not limited to, a cease and desist from toy company Mattel after Soylent obtained the domain Mattel, spelled Matell.com, and had it redirect to the Rotten homepage, meaning people looking for Barbies were one typo away from instead seeing Tub Girl, and an investigation by the FBI and Scotland Yard into an image posted on the site that involved infanticide and cannibalism, though this too was proven to be fake. The developers proudly displayed their various cease and desist letters in a dedicated section of the website. The gruesome content and various controversies did not drive people away from the site, however. If anything, it seems it made it all the more popular. By 2001, Soylent claimed that the site was seeing around 200,000 visitors a day. As the site grew in popularity into the early 2000s, various spin-off sites were created. One was Rotten Library, an encyclopedia intended to supplement the main site with satirical articles on various topics related to Rotten's content. The Daily Rotten was a news site that posted disturbing user-submitted news stories every day. Boners.com was a page that posted daily humorous images, usually less explicit in nature than what was featured on the main site. The Gaping Maw featured satirical editorials that provided commentary on current events and modern society. This site was actually shut down in 2005 in order to comply with a new US law about the online distribution of pornography. In 2003, Rotten launched a Deadpool where users could submit their predictions of famous people who would die that coming year and receive points for correct guesses. It didn't count if the person was murdered, though, for obvious reasons. In 2002, they launched the Notable Names database, a website documenting the activities of and connections between notable people. In their words, a person's otherwise inexplicable behavior is often understood by examining the crowd that person has been associating with. Bro thinks he's in a William Gibson novel. This website is still live, but it looks like it hasn't been updated since 2021. Finally, Sports Dignity was a catalog of embarrassing or not safe for work incidents during sports games. The site even started selling merchandise as well. Rotten continued to go strong until the late 2000s, when updates to the site became less frequent, eventually stopping altogether in 2012. In 2018, people noticed that the site was no longer available. It had temporarily gone down previously in 2017 due to a hardware issue, but this time it did not return. To my knowledge, Soylent has not made a statement as to why he chose to discontinue the site, but given it hadn't been updated in years, it's likely he just lost interest and decided not to renew the domain, or figured trying to operate such a site in an increasingly moderated internet landscape was an exercise in futility. It can still be accessed via the Wayback Machine, but do so at your own risk. You may be wondering why anyone would create a website full of some of the most horrible things humanity has to offer. Well, Rotten tried to justify its existence by claiming to be advocating for free speech and fighting against internet censorship. As I mentioned in my profile customization video, the internet was sort of the Wild West in the 90s and early 2000s, leading to much pearl clutching by concerned parents who implored the government to do something about it. In 1996, the United States government passed the Communications Decency Act in an attempt to regulate online material deemed indecent or obscene. While the act was ruled unconstitutional in 1997, it wouldn't be the last attempt to control what kind of material is made available online, and similar laws have been successfully passed in other countries. According to Rotten, such attempts at censorship of the internet are impractical, unethical, and wrong, and they pledge to continue to serve as a haven for free speech of a most controversial nature. Until 2018, anyways. Ogrish was another staple for shock site enthusiasts in the 2000s. Founded in the year 2000, it branded itself as an alternative news source, providing unfiltered, uncensored news coverage and other graphic material. It featured the taglines "Uncover Reality" and "Can You Handle Life?" In particular, it became a repository for footage from the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, execution videos by Mexican drug cartels and the Islamic State, and Russian dashcam videos. A separate website was created for forums where users could discuss the content they had seen on the website, called ogrishforum.com, that had over 200,000 users at its peak. Ogrish was relatively short-lived, closing down after just 6 years. The URL redirected to a new website called LiveLeak, a video-sharing site created in part by the founders of Ogrish. Now with the tagline "Redefining the Media," it aimed to carry on the mission of its predecessor in sharing uncensored footage of world events. Most videos were user-submitted, and videos from other websites could be embedded. It was kind of like evil YouTube. The logo even vaguely resembled the old YouTube logo. Unlike Rotten, which was couched in dark humor, LiveLeak tried to take itself a bit more seriously and become a credible news source. It seemed to somewhat succeed at this, receiving shoutouts from politicians and having its videos used by mainstream news organizations. But for the most part, it seemed to get lumped in with all the other shock and gore sites that middle schoolers would show to their friends in the computer lab when the teachers weren't looking. This attempt at a more professional image did not shield it from controversy, except instead of receiving legal threats from corporations and law enforcement, it received threats from criminals and terrorists. For instance, the site was attacked by South Korean hackers after a video of the execution of Kim Sun-il was posted in 2004, and site co-founder Hayden Hewitt received threats against his and his family's lives for allowing an anti-Islam film to be posted on the site in 2008. The site gained notoriety in 2007 for hosting a video of the execution of Saddam Hussein, and again in 2014 for hosting a video of the execution of American journalist James Foley by the terrorist organization ISIS. Shortly after this last incident, they made the decision to disallow all execution footage produced by the Islamic State. By 2019, it was reported as being the 695th most popular site on the web. To put that into context a bit more, this was roughly on par with more mainstream sites such as satirical news site The Onion and feminist news site Jezebel. It was also featured in my favorite terrible horror movie, Unfriended. LiveLeak ended up shutting down in 2021. The exact reasons for its closure are unclear, but in a blog post announcing the shutdown, Hewitt said they felt LiveLeak had achieved all that it could, and it was time for us to try something new and exciting. The world has changed a lot over these last few years, the internet alongside it, and we as people. In a video posted to his YouTube channel, he stated that maintaining LiveLeak had become a struggle and that he and his team had run out of steam. Quote, "Everything's different now. Everything moves on. I don't fucking like it. I liked it much better when it was the Wild West." The LiveLeak URL now redirects to ItemFix, another video sharing site that, ironically, explicitly bans media containing excessive violence or gory content. Like Rotten, it is available on the Wayback Machine, but it seems the videos from any captures prior to 2021 aren't playable because they ran using Flash Player. Similar to Rotten, Hewitt claimed his website served a greater purpose than merely providing disturbing content to shock people. He argued it's important to provide an outlet for uncensored footage of world events, saying, "Look, all of this is happening. This is real life. This is what's going on. We're going to show it." Evidently not everyone agreed with him, since several ISPs in Europe blocked the site in 2005. Next up on our list is Best Gore. This website was founded in 2008 by Slovak-Canadian Mark Merrick, a part of our history. As with the two other sites, it contained galleries of user-submitted images and videos depicting graphic material. Users could also leave comments directly on the posts. The website gained notoriety in 2012 when a video titled "One Lunatic, One Ice Pick" was uploaded. This extremely graphic video showed the real-life brutal killing of a Chinese man, Jun Lin, who was living in Montreal, Canada as an international student at Concordia University. The video had been sent to Merrick by Lin's killer, who subsequently posted it on Best Gore. This move landed Merrick in legal hot water. The video was eventually taken down, and Merrick was charged with corrupting morals by Edmonton police, to which he pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 3 months of house arrest followed by 3 months of community service. However, he protested his conviction by putting a piece of duct tape over his mouth and holding up a sign saying "Guilty of Canadian thought crimes" as he left court. During his hearing, he claimed that posting the video on his website allowed the public to identify the killer long before police did. It seems there could be a shred of truth to this. An American lawyer did apparently see the video and attempt to report it to Canadian and American authorities, but was brushed off. Despite all of this, Best Gore remained active for several more years, shutting down in 2020. Merrick had previously stated that the site cost more to run than it generated in revenue. Can't imagine it was attracting too many advertisers. He also cited wanting to spend more time with his family, whom he had been neglecting in favor of running the site, as a reason for stepping away. Imagine being this guy's kid and having to explain to your therapist that you have daddy issues because your dad was too busy running a gore website to pay attention to you. But according to Merrick, posting videos of horrific crimes online was all for the public good. He claimed that such videos exposed police brutality, government abuse of citizens, war profiteering, and similar anti-people activities. For instance, he pointed out that Best Gore users were able to identify a video being used as propaganda by Syrian rebels as actually having originated from Mexico, since the video had been available on Best Gore since before the beginning of the Syrian Revolution. I'm all for exposing propaganda, but this guy has made some comments that hint at him being a Holocaust denier, which diminishes the credibility of that statement just a little bit for me. He has also purported to receive messages from users of the site saying that viewing gore videos made them more aware of the fragility of the human body, and convinced them to take their lives and their safety more seriously. Others have said that the videos desensitized them to death and violence, better preparing them for a career in the military or as a paramedic. The Internet Archive apparently does not share Merrick's views, given they've chosen to exclude the Best Gore URL from the Wayback Machine. There's a copycat site called bestgore.fun that, as far as I can tell, is unaffiliated with Merrick and the original website, but if it's anything like the original Best Gore was, I would have to say I agree with the Internet Archive's decision. I didn't last 30 seconds on that homepage, and I didn't even click any links or anything. Run the Gauntlet is a relatively new shock site, being founded in 2015, and is the only one so far that is still available today. Its slogan is, "The most vile, puke-inducing, hard-to-watch videos on the internet." The name comes from a historic form of corporal punishment known as running the gauntlet, in which the guilty party is forced to run between two rows of soldiers who would lash out at them with weapons as they passed. It features the usual shock site fare, but it is most notable for the Run the Gauntlet challenge. To successfully complete this challenge, challengers must sit through 20 shock videos that gradually increase in intensity without being able to pause or skip them, with 5 levels of difficulty ranging from beginner to insane. The later levels include infamous gore videos such as 1 guy, 1 jar, and 3 guys, 1 hammer. If you don't know what those are, no, I won't be explaining it. If you're curious about the full contents of the challenge but don't want to attempt it yourself, Hannah the Horrible made a video going through each level, or there's a full list of the contents available on the Screamer wiki. You don't win anything for completing this challenge, other than the bragging rights of being the biggest edgelord on the World Wide Web, I guess. If you want to do a similar type of challenge, but don't think you can stomach the videos in the Run the Gauntlet challenge, the website also has a completely safer work cringe edition of the challenge with 41 videos that are hard to watch in a different way. Reaction videos to the challenge became popular on YouTube shortly after its release, and in 2022 it received a resurgence of attention on TikTok. Unlike the owners of the past 3 sites, the guy behind Run the Gauntlet doesn't bother trying to justify or moralize its existence. He said he merely wanted to create a platform with gradually more extreme videos so that by the end of it, you'd seen it all and are probably desensitized to anything else on the internet. So far, we've talked about websites that consist of a compilation of shock images and videos of all varieties, but many of the most popular shock sites contain just one piece of disturbing media. Throughout the 2000s, it was popular to make reaction videos to them or trick your friends into clicking on the link, similar to a Rickroll. One of the first was goatsy.cx, a website that hosted an image with the file name hello.jpg that showed adult film star Kirk Johnson bending over and, spreading himself open for the camera. The image began spreading, no pun intended, around Usenet groups as early as 1997, and in 1999 the website was established. The site was taken down, sold, and relaunched several times throughout the 2000s. In 2017, it shifted into a cryptocurrency website, offering a currency called Goatsium, which is honestly cringier to me than the photo itself. I also feel like I remember hearing something about Goatsy NFTs at one point, but I was unable to confirm that. Currently, the website seems to be down. Next, we have Meatspin.com. This website was launched in 2005 and featured a video of 2 people going at it, one of whom is helicoptering their dick, hence the name Meatspin, while the song You Spin Me Round by Dead or Alive plays in the background. It was taken from an adult film called T.S. Bitches. I think most people assumed the individuals in the video to both be men, but the one doing the helicoptering was actually a transgender woman named Christina Bianchini. I honestly don't find this one that shocking. I mean, obviously if you click on a link not expecting to see something not safe for work, you're gonna be a bit surprised, but I think most of the shock value here just came from the very homophobic online culture of the 2000s. What's more interesting to me is that this video inspired the Leak Spin viral video in 2006, in which the character Orihime from the anime Bleach spins a leak to the Finnish song Iivan Polka. This in turn inspired the iconic Hatsune Miku version of the video, where she spins a leak and sings Iivan Polka, leading to her association with leaks. Some crazy butterfly effect shit happening here. Probably the most notorious of these kinds of sites is Two Girls, One Cup. I am not going to describe what happens in this video. If you don't already know by now, you're probably too young to be here. Please press the back button and go watch slime ASMR videos or something. This clip was from the trailer of a Brazilian adult film called Hungry Bitches, and was first posted online in 2007. There's been some debate over the years as to whether the video was real or not. The director apparently tried to argue in a Mexican court that the bodily fluids seen in the film were actually ice cream, but he was unsuccessful in convincing them, so make of that what you will. Either way, I hope those two girls were paid handsomely. By now you might be asking, why? Why do so many of these websites exist? Why are they so popular? Why do people enjoy watching this stuff? The average person has no desire to view such graphic content, and many think those who do must have something wrong with them. Yet each of the websites we've discussed have had dedicated fan bases. Well, when you look back on human history, you will actually see that people have been drawn to displays of violence for centuries. In fact, it used to be far more prevalent than it is now. Think of Roman gladiator competitions and public executions. I don't know why people think Monster Energy would kill a medieval child. That kid was watching people get drawn and quartered in the village square every Saturday. Our current taboos around discussing and witnessing death are a relatively recent thing, since advances in technology and medicine have allowed us to live longer, leading us to view death more as a problem to be solved than an inevitability. Despite this, I think most of us still have an innate curiosity to see things that are considered taboo. I certainly don't count myself above morbid curiosity. One of my earliest pastimes was looking at pictures of medical deformities in my dad's college biology textbook. And I turned out fine. In an article by Sue Tate, a lecturer at the University of Canterbury in New Zealand, she analyzes the various reasons people choose to use shock sites by examining the ogrish.com forums. Some do indeed watch gore videos purely for entertainment purposes. Looking at these kinds of videos and images gives them an adrenaline rush that some have likened to a high, similar to the feeling obtained from watching horror movies. These adrenaline junkies become desensitized over time, causing them to seek out more and more extreme content in order to achieve that same feeling. It becomes almost like an addiction. However, there are others who claim to seek out this content for more ethical reasons. Some say it's important to bear witness to the realities of our world and see past the censorship of the mainstream media, while others claim this content has helped them prepare for or deal with their own traumatic experiences. These latter reasons are certainly the justifications provided by sites like Rotten, LiveLeak, and Best Gore. I'm not sure I can fully get behind their reasoning, though. Most of the videos on these sites were presented without context, and viewers mostly just commented on the gore or, the video quality. Shockingly, they were not having nuanced and in-depth conversations on the nature of war and geopolitics. According to one Best Gore user interviewed by GQ Australia, a lot of people talk about visiting Best Gore because it's reality, but I don't think it's reality. I'm not on guard all the time. We're seeing the worst of the world, but I don't think the world is so bad. And while these videos may have helped some people, they have harmed plenty of others. Many viewers reported on the Ogrish forums being upset, sickened, or disturbed by what they had seen, often unable to sleep due to being haunted by it. The woman in the GQ article said that she had started to limit the kinds of videos she watched because she didn't like that she had become desensitized and didn't want to lose her humanity. And this is not to mention the ethics of sharing a video in which someone dies horrifically to thousands or even millions of people online, captioning it with a funny title and using it for challenges and reaction videos. The victims in these videos are dehumanized and objectified, with no information given about who they were. In some cases, these videos are produced and uploaded by the person who killed them. But these were real people with families and friends who now have to live with the knowledge that footage of their loved ones' final agonizing moments is floating around out there on the web for anyone to see, being exploited for shock value and entertainment. So why are these websites allowed to exist? The owner of Best Gore was criminally charged, but authorities were unable to take down the website itself, and he continued to run it for years after his conviction. Well, I fear the creator of Rotten did sort of have a point when it came to internet censorship. Trying to censor online content can very quickly become a slippery slope. Let's look back at the Communications Decency Act of 1996. A law that spawned Rotten.com. It attempted to regulate both indecency and obscenity online. But who gets to decide what's indecent or obscene? These terms are dangerously nebulous. There are many lawmakers who consider sex education in schools, books about slavery, or the mere existence of gay and trans people to be indecent and obscene. So you can see how a law like this could very easily be abused. There's a reason why so many similar laws have attempted to be passed since the 90s, and most of them have been unsuccessful. Currently, the Canadian government is trying to pass Bill S-210, an act to restrict young persons' online access to sexually explicit material. That sounds all good and well in theory, but it would require internet users to provide personal information to their ISPs in order to verify their age, which creates significant privacy and security risks. Passing any sort of law that would regulate or ban shock sites would have far too much collateral damage for it to be worth it, in my opinion. However, we may be starting to see these shock sites phase out naturally anyway. The majority of the sites mentioned in this video closed within the last few years. The owners cited a variety of reasons for these closures, but ultimately I believe it's due to the changing landscape of the internet. Like I said in the profile customization video, the internet has become whitewashed, sanitized, advertiser and shareholder friendly. Not a very hospitable environment for websites showcasing death and depravity. What do you think about shock sites? Do you think they should be allowed to exist or not? Were you traumatized by a friend forcing you to watch Two Girls, One Cup when all you wanted was to watch Sonic the Hedgehog AMVs? Let me know in the comments. And here's a video of my cat in case you need some mind bleach after all that. As always, thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, liking, subscribing, and sharing would be very much appreciated. I'll catch y'all in the next one.
A portion of today's video is sponsored by Casetify. More about them at the end of this video. Stick around if you want to see me drop my iPhone onto a hard surface from above my head. Hey humans, it's Hannah. Welcome back to my channel, or if you're new here, I do videos on creepy and disturbing things. Today we're starting possibly a new series on my channel that I'm going to call Infamous Internet. The first episode of this series is going to be Run the Gauntlet. Now, for those of you who have been around for a long time, really quick note, yes, I got a new audio setup. I upgraded quite a bit. Finally, after several years of doing this, I used the money I make from the business to invest in a much better audio system. That being said, I still have my lapel mic plugged into my camera as well because I am very not tech savvy yet and I haven't figured out all the audio interfaces and all that. So I'm gonna have both mics on for a few videos so that I have a backup just in case my Shure is not working properly or I don't set it up properly, okay? Let's get right into the video. This video was 1000% inspired by my Patreon Discord server. One of my Patreons, I don't remember how we got on the topic over there, but one of my Patreons over there was talking about how they hadn't played this game or they've done this internet challenge in quite some time and how they wanted to go back and redo it. Anyway, we started talking about these kind of videos for quite a while over there and it sent me down quite the rabbit hole and I got very inspired because I love nostalgia and I love disturbing things, so I really love those like old school internet viral challenges and things like that. I believe we touched on this briefly on the Do Not Research iceberg. I believe it was in that iceberg, but I just want to make its own video about it. And we're going to go into the details about what this challenge is and what's in it. So if you guys end up liking this video, I'm going to make it into a series. You can let me know if you like it by simply liking the video. That helps out the channel a lot. Leave me a comment as well is of course always optional, but also really helps out the channel. And if it does well, I'll make it into a series, Infamous Internet, where we talk about creepy old internet legends and lore and challenges. So the phrase run the gauntlet or running the gauntlet is actually a phrase that preceded this internet challenge. Running the gauntlet was actually a form of real corporal punishment that has been used throughout centuries. The person who was deemed guilty or the person that needed to be quote unquote punished would be forced to run between two lines of soldiers, and the soldiers would be striking the person as they ran through this tunnel of people with sticks and other weapons, and the only way they could get out of it was by moving forward and going through the entire tunnel of people. This phrase can also be used now in the metaphorical sense. It can mean somebody overcoming some sort of public scrutiny or attack. So that's the origin of the phrase. Let's talk about Run the Gauntlet Internet Challenge. Run the Gauntlet is a website that contains this challenge where there are 20 videos in a certain order. The videos start off as beginner, and then after a few beginner level videos, it goes to the easy level videos, and then to medium, to hard, and then the very last deepest level, if you will, is called insane. So it's kind of even iceberg format. The reason it's a challenge is because all 20 of these videos are shock videos. And if you're not familiar with what a shock video is, although I'm sure most of you are, but shock videos are essentially gore videos. Most of the time they're gore. Sometimes they involve just disgusting stuff that most of us do not get pleasure from watching. The object of the game is to watch all 20 videos in order without looking away. You can see how the challenge got its name from the original Run the Gauntlet phrase, because it's about doing something very unpleasant and you cannot stop until you're done. The only way out of it is to move forward and finish it. Now, I haven't told you what the website is called yet because I want to warn you before I name it. The website is very much not safe for work, not safe for life, I would say. Without even opening the challenge, if you merely go to this website, the website is basically another kind of live leak website. It's filled with other shocking videos and news stories with videos that go along with it. The titles themselves, they're not graphic usually, but they're pretty disturbing. And then just due to the nature of the site, there's also a ton of ads on it. So I want to make that very clear before anybody even thinks about going to this website. Just know that that's what awaits you there. Consider your current environment before visiting. Obviously, I don't and I can't recommend that anybody goes on this website. However, if you do and you're so inclined, now that you know what you're getting into, please all I ask is that you're at least 18 years old. I hope the vast majority of my audience is already over 18. That's who I'm aiming for. But please just be over 18 if you're even thinking about going on this website. It's a lot. So the website is called runthegauntlet.org. If you go to runthegauntlet.org and you click on the Gauntlet tab at the top of the page, it will take you directly to level 1 of the challenge. Now, it'll come with a warning that says you cannot skip to the next video without finishing the one you're on. You cannot pause a video in the challenge. It doesn't allow you to do that. In the midst of the challenge while you're on a video, you can click on the video to start it, but if you click on it again, it just starts the video over. There's no pausing or stopping until the video runs through. There is, of course, a stop button at the bottom for people that don't want to do it anymore. So there is a way to completely exit the challenge, or of course you could just close your browser. It's not like it's holding you hostage there, but the point of it is to make it harder for you to just dip out and it basically encourages you to keep going by not having these pause buttons and no skip buttons. If you're willing to go to this website, there is also a cringe version of Run the Gauntlet that is safe for work. It's all just very ridiculous videos that are just very, very cringe. The cringiest of the cringiest videos on the internet, but nothing inappropriate is on those videos. I've done some of that one too, and it is indeed cringy. For the Gauntlet itself, I have made it through most of it. I will admit that I did go to a different screen at certain parts, or there's a couple of videos in there that I know I didn't want to see, so I straight up just did not watch and turned my sound off. And yes, that's cheating, and I have no illusions that I've succeeded or won at running the gauntlet. I'm not pretending I do. I did it for research purposes only to make this video. So yes, I've seen most of the challenge, but no, I haven't won the challenge in the traditional sense. Regardless, for this video, the whole point of this video is to go over the challenge itself and go into what each video entails. This video is perfect for those of you who are a little desensitized and are very curious but don't actually want to see this stuff. You just want to know what's in it for your morbid curiosity's sake. It's also good for people that are thinking about actually going to watch it to see if they can handle it and make a better educated decision on whether they actually want to go watch it. But I do want to be very, very clear here that the rest of this video might not be for you. Now, I apologize for all the disclaimers, but anytime I do a video like this, the disclaimers are very important. The rest of this video is not going to be graphic, of course. I can't show anything like that on YouTube. There will be a couple still photos from the videos before anything happens, but I can't do that on all the videos because some of the videos are that bad, but I will be showing some stills from some of the videos where I can. There is also one video in the midst that involves animal cruelty, so I will not be going into any sort of detail on that one. You're on your own if you want to know about that one. That being said, for some people, even knowing what happens in these videos can be very, very upsetting. I remember when I first heard about this kind of stuff, I could not get it out of my head for days. And it was really, really upsetting to me. And I remember wishing that I had never heard it to begin with. I wasn't as desensitized back then, but I just want to stress that if shock videos aren't for you, or you feel like you don't want to know the depraved things that humans are capable of and stuff, that's not a bad thing. There is no shame in not wanting to know this stuff. They're called shock videos for a reason. They're supposed to shock you. They're supposed to be upsetting. And yes, of course, I care about my channel. I care about watch time, but not at the expense of anyone's mental health. The last thing I want is for somebody to regret watching one of my videos and being upset by absolutely anything that I have done directly or indirectly. So if that's you, if this isn't for you, there's no shame. Thank you. And I will see you in my next video. Okay. Thank you so much for bearing with me through those very important disclaimers. For those of you that are still here and are still ready, let's get into the actual videos. Beginner levels are first. These are fairly tame. The very first level of Run the Gauntlet shows two women arm wrestling. Here's a picture of them before anything happens. The woman on the right here, her arm is gonna straight up break in the video after they start the game, and you can hear the sound in the video. It's absolutely awful, and I hope someone took her to the damn hospital. I assume they did. She was surrounded by people that seemed to care about her. Level 2 is called Jackass Paper Cuts. It's a scene from Jackass the movie. Jackass was originally a TV series, and then they made some movies out of it. If you're not familiar with it, Jackass is essentially, I believe, mostly men. I will be honest, I haven't seen the movies. I have no desire to see them. It's not my thing, but it's mostly men being jackasses. I don't know how else to describe it. They're doing pranks, they're doing stunts, and most of them are very dangerous in nature or just very not socially acceptable. The video in Run the Gauntlet is a clip from the movie. It shows Johnny Knoxville receiving paper cuts by another man in the webs of his hands and feet. I hate stuff like this, like little cuts and things. Oh my God, it makes me lightheaded to think about stuff like this, which is weird because I'm not afraid of needles. I'm not afraid of gore and everything, but things like this, I don't know what it is, but I can't stand it. Level 3 and the last video in the beginners is Russian roulette knife cup test footage. This is a video of a man who screws up a magic trick. It's this video clip of a magician named Brian Bushwood who is practicing his knife cup roulette trick. The trick is spinning a table with the knife pointing face up, but there's styrofoam cups covering 4 spots on the table. So Brian spins the table very quickly, so it seems like he can't possibly know which cup has the knife. And then the end of the trick is he slams his hand down on the cups one by one, creating this tension as the audience believes he's about to slam his hand down on the knife. But the magic part is that he uses his psychic abilities to know where the knife is. The video in Run the Gauntlet is Brian failing the trick and accidentally picking the cup that has the knife underneath it. And it looks like in the video he stabs himself through the hand. Turns out this video is fake and was staged. Brian actually has his own YouTube video about this particular viral video and says that he made this video for his friends at The Tonight Show. And I believe he goes on to perform this failed trick on The Tonight Show. It's a different magic trick. It's a magic trick in itself. He doesn't reveal how he knows which cup has a knife and which one doesn't, but he does explain that if you look very carefully in the video, you can see something taped to the back of his hand before he slams it down. And you can also see in the video that he's very careful to try to keep his hand this way so you can't see what's taped on the back of his hand throughout the video. He explains in the video that he actually just taped cardboard to look like a knife and then covered it in aluminum foil and then used a little ketchup around it to make it look like blood. The video is so grainy that you can't tell the difference. And sure enough, if you do look carefully, if you were to watch this video, you can see a flash of it on the back of his hand. So this whole thing was confirmed to be fake. Okay, we are moving on to the easy levels, which are just a little harder than the beginner levels. Level 4, the first in the easy level, is called Japanese Puke Lesbians. It's a scene from it's exactly what it sounds like. Vomit and other things are involved. There's not really a story behind it. I couldn't find anything about who the women are or if it was real or fake. But if Two Girls, One Cup has taught us anything, it's knowing that we just shouldn't dig too hard at these things, Rule 34 and all that. Video 5 is a woman being stabbed. This is a video of a woman being repeatedly stabbed by what the video says is an ex-lover, and that he is repeatedly stabbing her in broad daylight as bystanders watch in horror and they feebly try to help. I can't find anything about the background of this video. I have done every Google combination of keywords, and the basic problem on I do believe this is a real video, but I can't find if the woman was okay, etc., because unfortunately there's a ton of videos like this out there, and there's a ton of news stories very similar to this out there. It's really, really messed up. However, I have seen this entire video and I can confirm that the woman gets up and walks away. At the end, she is conscious and definitely not well, but she is well enough to walk away. So I am going to go ahead and assume that she got medical care and survives. But like I said, can't confirm the country or exactly where this happened. The 6th video is actually not too bad in my opinion, especially because again, the guy survives in this one, so it's actually quite a relief. But level 6 shows the scene of a car accident. This man gets in a car accident and his car catches on fire and he's trapped inside. The video shows bystanders, I assume, but somebody kicking in the windshield for him, and then he's able to crawl out of the vehicle and it saves his life. He is on fire, which is the most disturbing part, but you don't see that much of it. And the fire is quickly put out and he stands up again and he seems to be obviously, of course, not okay, but relatively so, alive and conscious. Level 7 was the last level in the easy levels. Not sure why this was in the easy levels, but it was actually deleted from Run the Gauntlet altogether, and I think we can all agree that that's okay with us. I'm not going to go into the details here, but I'll just say that it involves a very, 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 very young child. I think they've removed any videos that involve kids. There is one we're going to talk about later that involves a 16-year-old, but any super young kids, I think they've deleted, which I think we can all, the ethics of gore videos circulating around the internet is a whole other discussion in itself, but I think we can all agree that at least kids not being involved in it is a good thing. All right, brace yourself. We're going on to the medium levels. Level 8 shows a drowning, but spoiler alert, it's fake. This video features an escape artist, magician, who's laying down in a bathtub under the water. They're all tied up and everything in handcuffs and stuff, and they fail at the trick and end up drowning. Now, like I said, the odds of this video being real are very, very, very slim. I can't prove it 100%, but all the evidence is there. The person is wearing a mask, so their identity is hidden. So they're made to look like a woman, but we don't actually know the gender of this person. And second, just logically, a real magician would never in a fucking million years do a trick like this without an assistant or without help. or a backup plan. There is no magician or escape artist in the world that would just do this without anybody around. That makes no sense. Additionally, there's no news reports, at least that I could find, about this incident or this person. According to various Reddit threads about this video, it's from 2009 and it was circulating on websites, which, you know, is gross, you have to admit. I'm sorry, but I'm not okay with any fetish that involves harming somebody else or seeing harm done to somebody else. I think that's like crosses a line into needing help versus having preferences. But regardless, I think it's safe to say that this one is fake. Level 9. So this one actually does involve animals, but it's probably fine for most of you because it's something you would see on a nature documentary, honestly. It's not a human being terrible, it's animals being animals. But it's a video of a snapping turtle, and I'm uneducated. I didn't know that snapping turtles could be this vicious and hardcore. It's a grainy video of this snapping turtle ripping up what looks like a rat. It makes me sad because I absolutely love rats, but nature is nature. Level 10, the 10th video in the series, also involves an animal, a kitten, but again, it is not animal cruelty. This is a video of something very upsetting happening to the kitten. The kitten's in a vet office trying to get help, and they're trying to help the cat. But the poor kitten is getting a very, very large botfly removed from its eye socket, and they take it out, and the poor thing, it's so sad. But again, like, this kind of video doesn't bother me that much because the kitten doesn't look like it's in pain. It's not even meowing. Like, I think they have the kitten pretty well sedated and they're trying to save the kitten's life. Like, they're shocked in the video. They're like upset. So they're showing empathy for this little creature and everything. So yeah, definitely not something you want to see, but definitely not the worst of the worst in my opinion. However, we take a 180-degree turn into very bad when we get to level 11. Video 11 is the last video in the medium levels, and it shows a man getting caught between a train platform and an oncoming train. This video, again, like all the videos are really bad quality because they're from a long time ago, but it's terrible. It's so sad. There's this man in the video just watching it all happen, and I don't judge his reaction because I'm sure it was so shocking he didn't know what he was seeing, but he kind of just casually walks away. It's very odd. But all I can think about is like that poor fucking man. What a terrible way to go. Yeah. All right. So now we're really getting into it. We're moving on to the hard levels. Video 12 is called Hot Iron. This is the video clip of a woman supposedly pressing a hot iron onto a man's penis as he sits there naked. And it seems like he's consenting to it all. Like they both want it, but still, for the majority of us, it's very, very upsetting to watch. However, there's also a lot of theories about this video being totally fake, and I personally agree that it most likely is set up. At the very beginning of the video, you can see her like pump the iron and steam comes out of it to prove that it's on, but she does that like specifically to try to prove that it's on, because then the camera cuts and it cuts completely to them again before she actually touches it to him and he screams, but there's no steam or any evidence that the iron is actually hot. So I would bet my money that they like had it on and she made it look like it was on, but then they cut the camera, turned it off, waited for it to cool down, and then did this. They cut the video off before you see the aftermath. So I just have a feeling that this one is fake. Okay, video 13 is probably the first one that really got me. This is a diving accident. I want to say up front that I got a lot of info for the background of this video from a man named Robert Lindsay. He has a blog where he wrote a very in-depth analysis about this video. I won't have it linked down below because the video is right up front on this blog post, but if you want to look up Robert Lindsay's blogs, you can definitely easily find it on your own. This video is from 2009 in Lebanon. It shows a boy who is allegedly only 16 years old jumping off a ledge. It's a popular ledge to jump off into the water below. You know, as people do cliff diving, it's a very, very popular pastime. But quite unfortunately, predictably, he hits the slab of concrete below. He just doesn't jump quite far enough and he accidentally misses. You can hear lots of screaming in the video. Somebody swims up to him to try to help him right away. It's chaos. It's terrible. And then the video cuts to somebody in the hospital. You can see the aftermath. The boy's face is cut in half vertically and he's supposedly still alive. He does look alive in the video. He's moving and breathing. In Arabic, the doctor is saying in the video over and over, where do I begin? Like the doctors don't even know how to try to help this person. So we know that the actual diving video is not staged or fake. There are supposedly internet archives with it. I couldn't find them myself. None of the websites seem to exist anymore. I just want to be upfront about that. But I do believe this was actually reported on Real Event. There was also other witnesses. This is, again, all according to Robert Lindsay's blog. A lot of people try to debunk the hospital part of the video, saying that you would never be allowed to film somebody in the hospital, so it must be set up or just like a fake body. But Robert Lindsay, again, makes a very good point that, yeah, in the US and most other developed countries, you definitely would not be able to do that. However, this is Lebanon, which is a developing country. The medical care in general is very different there, and the rules are very different there, and it's likely that nobody would bat an eye at somebody filming something from their cell phone in a hospital. Either way, while we know that the actual dive happened, and we are pretty sure that the hospital video is authentic, we do not know for 1000% sure that the boy in the diving video is the same person in the hospital. Very sadly, the boy passed away 2 days later. Like I said, if you're very fascinated in this video, like I kind of was, go ahead and read Robert Lindsay's blog on it because somebody's blog is not some like official reliable source, but his analysis of it and the details about it are very interesting. But I warn you, it's an upsetting page because he goes into graphic detail. Level 14 is an elderly woman shown in some sort of, hopefully a hospital or some sort of medical setting. Her eye is extremely swollen and her eye is just swarming with white maggots. Somebody's trying to help her. Somebody's trying to remove them. But I don't even think the person is wearing gloves. So again, I have to believe that this is in some developing country and she's just not getting the care that we would give somebody in the US or countries like it. But again, that poor woman, no one deserves stuff like that. It's so horrible. The last level in hard, we talked kind of about this in the Do Not Research Iceberg as well. This is definitely can't show any pictures of it because the video is of a man with a split penis. Go watch the iceberg or go find that in the iceberg videos if you need to know what that is. And he is shown in the video putting a drill into the split part. He does not turn it on in the video, which I'm surprised by because of the nature of this whole challenge. So it stops right before he does anything. But for anybody with a penis, this would be extremely cringy and I would imagine very, very disturbing to watch and think about. All right, the last section of Run the Gauntlet is the insane levels. Warning, I know I've given lots of warnings, but these are the very worst of the worst that humanity has to offer. Level 16, this is the first one in the insane levels. This is the one that I was talking about that involves an animal. It takes place in China. The video was put out by PETA, so that probably tells you plenty. Like I said, I'm not going to go into details about that in the video. I don't like animal stuff like this, so if you really, really, really need to know, the internet is out there. It's very easy to find out. Level 17, video 17, is not violent actually at all, but it is very, very gross. So it might make you gag. This video shows a woman licking smegma. I can't, even the word is gross, off of a man. So smegma Most people in the world develop this at some point. It's a very normal, not harmful, natural occurrence. It is the oil, moisture, and skin cells that kind of like form into this white substance that you'll find on any human genitalia. Proper hygiene, of course, can reduce this, but it's still not harmful. It's just kind of gross. Now, I also read, yet again, that this video is also set up. While it's just as gross to watch still, it is supposedly the person behind the camera put bits of toilet paper there to make it look like that in the folds of the man's you-know-what. So thank God for the poor girl in this video. However, in spite of the fact that this video is gross, it's way more disturbing because that poor girl in this video she looks unhappy to be there. And I don't like that. All right, video 18, level 18 is one man, one jar. We also covered this fairly extensively in the Do Not Research Iceberg. So again, if you want my more detailed take, you can go back on that video. But I have seen this video in its entirety. It's a classic internet shock piece. Most of you already know what this is. It shows a Russian man who, unbeknownst to his wife, enjoys doing these kinds of things and videos in his spare time. It shows him without clothes on, and he sits on a jar, and, inevitably, the jar breaks. The video is so graphic and just very painful to even watch someone go through it. Again, I go over this in the Do Not Research Iceberg, but the man ends up, he's okay. He has spoken out since then, and he says, no, my wife doesn't know about it, but he did admit that this particular incident was simply an accident. Okay, level 19 and level 20 are by far the worst ones. These are the ones that I definitely wish, if I could go back in time and never know that this kind of stuff existed, I probably would have been okay. I probably would have survived just fine. So level 19 is a video. It's a video from the Mexican cartel, and the victim of this video is the hostage. They're grilling him about various drug goings on, as the Mexican cartel does. And like I said, in my opinion, any video like this, I know there's a lot of ISIS videos that go around the internet like this too, and I wish they didn't exist. I don't think anybody in the world needs to see this kind of crap. I don't know what good it does. In my personal opinion, it changes you. There's a version of you that doesn't know that this kind of stuff happens, and then there's the version of you after you know that this kind of stuff happens. And if this kind of stuff does not bother you in any such way, I think you need a break from the internet and from violence, because I, honest to God, personal opinion, of course, but think that you're too desensitized. And I know I have gotten there too, and I've needed to take a break because I needed to remind myself of the severity of these things happening in the world. It's not anything we should be desensitized to. It should upset us. Okay, and level 20, finally, the very last, most horrible video level is a longer video, of course, and this is 3 guys, 1 hammer. And just like the last video, I wish this video did not exist whatsoever. I wish it never happened, but I also wish if I had the power to wipe this video from the internet, I definitely would. Now, I made a whole video about this true crime story back in the day, back when I was a baby YouTuber. I think the video still exists, but just a warning, if you go watch out of curiosity, it's a bad video. It's only 13 minutes long. I was a super new baby YouTuber, didn't know what I was doing, so it's not the best video. This video is from the true crime case out of Ukraine. It's often referred to as the Dnipropetrovsk maniacs. And in spite of the way this video is treated, the victim in the video, he did have a name. He was a person. His name was Sergei Yatsenko. He was a 48-year-old man. Here is a photo of this poor man's wife, Ludmila, who, I must remind you, not only did she lose her husband, but a video of his death became a viral internet shock video. So there's that. Again, sorry, I don't mean to be like morally superior or anything, because I'm definitely not. You could argue I'm contributing to this simply by watching them myself, and I totally agree. The morbid curiosity for some of us definitely gets the better of us sometimes. So again, I'm not trying to say that you're some bad person if you've ever seen this video, because I am not better than anybody. I'm not morally superior by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just saying that we need to think about why these videos get spread so far and wide and people use it as this shock challenge entertainment. We often forget that there's real people and families behind these videos. Anyway, the two monsters that did this, they wanted to be notorious killers. They killed 21 people. They would go around this area of Ukraine and torture and kill people and animals, and they would document it and film it. They were, the definition of evil. This is the worst type of person that exists. There's just no way around it. Garbage excuses for human beings. The acts themselves are horrendous, but the way they treat it is worse. They're often heard laughing and joking and just chatting in the videos as if they're cooking dinner or something and not doing something like this to someone. They take pictures of each other with their victims afterwards. Like they were very, very proud of everything that they did. It's one of the worst cases that exists. The video itself is of these two monsters trapping poor Sergei in the woods before filming his entire torture and murder, as the title suggests, with a hammer. The sounds in the video, you'll never forget. It's the most vile shit you'll ever see in your life. Again, this is one of those videos I don't recommend anybody go watch it, because there's no going back after you've seen it. All right, as we close out this video, I'm going to show you some videos of some puppies and kittens to give everybody a palate cleanser. I might even link some cute videos below if you want to watch some videos of a puppy or something after hearing this stuff and you need a little palate cleanser and something to uplift you and not feel like everybody in the world is going to hell. One last note about Run the Gauntlet is that the videos in Run the Gauntlet have changed out over time. So there's a whole list of videos that have been deleted from Run the Gauntlet over the years, like the one that involved the child I told you about did. And there's a whole list of videos like that. You can find them on Screamer Wiki if you want to see the details of all of those. So if this list is not completely accurate to what the challenge is, that's why, because every now and then some of the videos get changed out. All right, if you did make it to the end and you did choose to stick through me with this video, I want to thank you so much. We're going to roll to the sponsorship, and then I will be back to thank all the patrons. There are some pretty terrifying drugs out there. There's the ones we all know about: alcohol, marijuana, anything in a white powder, LSD, shrooms, Molly, There's also the growing prescription drug addiction epidemic, which is a different video for another day. But then there's the drugs that aren't talked about a lot. They aren't as common. The one that may come to mind is the synthetically made bath salts, or if you're in the UK, they call this monkey dust, the extremely dangerous and nefarious drug that has been known to turn normal people into violent, delirious monsters. But the one we're talking about today is not synthetic. It's a plant that comes right from Mother Nature. It's in the nightshades family with a beautiful white bell-shaped flower. In spite of its unassuming appearance, this plant, when ingested, is actually one of the scariest and most dangerous plants in the world. Hey humans, it's Hannah. Welcome back to my channel. And as the title suggests, today we are talking about the extremely fascinating yet terrifying drug Datura. Datura has always really fascinated me. Like those drugs that we think of that are just scary, like I said, bath salts or PCP, things like that, which are synthetically made, specifically made to make people go crazy. Like it's scary, but it's also just something logical about it. Like, yeah, something man-made to be scary will be scary. But there's something about Datura being a plant, just being something as simple as, honestly, marijuana that you can also find growing on your own in random places. And there's just something so mysterious about this to me. So today we are going to talk about all things Datura. Mostly we're going to focus on stories of people that have really taken this drug and what it did to them. And we're also going to, of course, talk about what it is. So we're going to get right into it. I do have a sponsor for today's video, so we're going to roll to that and we'll be right back. This video is kindly sponsored by Hungryroot. Hungryroot off. All right, so what is Datura? Datura is a vespertine flowering plant. That means it blooms the flower opens in the evening. Datura is the most common name for this drug, but you may also hear it be referred to as Jimson weed is a very popular name for it. Other names include thornapple, moonflower, devil's weed, hell's bells. Some even refer to it as the devil's trumpet because unlike the similar plant called angel's trumpet, that hangs downwards, Datura flowers point upwards. All these nicknames for Datura are very, very appropriate names for it because the plant is just highly poisonous. Even if it wasn't used as a drug, it has been used as a poison for centuries. But when used as a drug, this plant has extremely strong hallucinogenic and psychoactive effects. Now, I don't know about you, but anything that has been known for and used as a poison for centuries would not be going anywhere near my body. But in spite of the fact that it's so poisonous, people still ingest it on purpose. Even if the risk of actually dying is sort of low, I would never take the chance with something like this, especially when you know there is a chance, and it'll become very clear why. The symptoms that Datura causes in its users are often summed up by this little mnemonic phrase. Blind as a bat, mad as a hatter, red as a beet, hot as a hare, dry as a bone, the bowel and bladder lose their tone, and the heart runs alone. If that doesn't in itself sound scary enough, experts also believe that this drug may be linked to causing dementia later in your life. Datura users become delirious. In fact, the drug is known as a deliriant. You will not be able to tell what is real and what is not. You'll have hallucinations, bizarre thoughts. You may become violent. You may get amnesia. Often people don't even remember taking it. You'll get very confused. Physically, you may become hyperthermic. Hypothermic when you get too cold, hyperthermic meaning you'll get too hot. Your heart rate may increase to a very scary speed. You'll have dry mouth. A lot of people report that they almost immediately feel just like uncomfortably dehydrated. Even after the high passes, you will very likely have this very painful sensitivity to light and other stimuli. You may decide to just get naked because, like I said, you're delirious. You may just have temporary paralysis, or it's possible that your entire body, your entire existence, your being, your brain will be overcome and just blanketed in this feeling of dread and depression. And this just scratches the surface. If you haven't caught on by now, a lot of users end up in the hospital at best, but users have died from taking this. So now you know how the effects are so scary, but why? Why is this particular drug, this plant, so particularly dangerous? Well, it's often referred to as one of the most dangerous drugs in the world because the dosage of this drug is very, very tricky. I want to reiterate here that I am not a drug expert by any means. I am just the creepy, disturbing things girl that does a lot of research on the internet. So please do not take any of this as medical advice, other than the fact that my overarching goal of this video is to deter people from ever touching this. But according to my research, the plant's toxicity can vary greatly depending on how old it is, also where it grows, and even the weather conditions in the area that it grows. So even if you had taken this one time, if you took it another time, and took the exact same amount, the dosage could wildly vary even though you took the same amount, because you might have gotten the plant in a different place. It might have been an older plant, or it might have been sunny versus cold conditions, etc. Second of all, people just often don't get the dosing right in general. And it's hard to know what the right dosage is from person to person. A very, very tiny amount, as little as, 15 to 20 seeds of this stuff could be fatal to one person, and another person, they could be just fine. So again, it's not like other drugs where about this amount is going to do about this much damage. Like, for example, alcohol, we know about how many drinks will make a person drunk. It does vary person to person, but not super vastly. For this particular drug, it is so hard to know how much a person can safely ingest. Now, quick side note, I also want to mention that it would be unfair of me to not mention the fact that this drug has been used by Indigenous group and First Nations people. This is a cultural thing, and they have successfully used this drug over many years and have been just fine. The reasoning being because those particular cultures know the dosing, have very extensive background knowledge of the drug that has been passed down from generations in their families. They have detailed knowledge of the properties of the drug and exactly how to use it. The only reason I'm putting that in there is to say that this is the average experience for somebody who doesn't know enough about this particular drug, and I just want to make sure that I note that I cannot speak for the experience of 100% of people. If you are from an Indigenous tribe or an Indigenous family, it's possible that your experience or their experience with this is very different. Just know that I am speaking about the majority of people that will take it, that will not take it responsibly. Because most people will be high. They'll have a trip for 24 to 48 hours. Think about how long that is. That's a long time, especially tripping. And almost always, the vast majority of people report very bad experiences. Even if they don't go to the hospital, even if nothing very bad happens, they do not have a fun time. Okay, let's talk about some actual real testimonials of this drug. First of all, it wouldn't be a Datura video if we didn't talk about Reddit user Flip-n-Flop. If you're not new to the internet and you've looked into this before, you've probably heard of this account. But for those of you that haven't, let's talk about it. On April 17th, 2017, a user on Reddit, u/Flip-n-Flop, posted their first question on the subreddit drugs. Finally got my hands on some Datura, the title reads. How much should I take? The text in the post has been deleted since, but the post itself and all its comments still exist. You can still find it. Comments are full of people encouraging OP not to do it at all. My favorite comment is best effects will be achieved by doing none of it, I believe. Someone else said, oh man, I did this shit in high school and I am still scarred from it. OP, are you also young and dumb, or are you just arrogant? That plant's gonna take you down a peg if it's the latter. Or the former, to be honest. Good luck, man. At around 3:20 in the afternoon Pacific time, he made this post. At 3:47, he replied to someone saying, I've crushed some seeds around 15 to 16 in my mortar and put them in a glass of hot water. I've added some lemon juice and sugar to mask the taste. I'll just have to roll my joint with the Datura leaves and I'll be set to go. I've decided that I'll be sipping on the tea and slowly smoking the leaves until I feel that the effect is strong enough. Almost exactly 24 hours later, Flip-n-Flop posted the following comment on his own thread. Google.com how to normal again, stop now. 3 minutes later, he posted on r/gaming when a user named Nitrous posted this short animation. Flip-n-Flop replied to this post saying, please, these big dog are fighting, not okay. Imagine hallucinating in the middle of a super bad trip and you come across this animation while you're trying to Google how to make it all stop. It sounds kind of funny on the outside, and I mean, I guess to be honest, it is a little bit, because as far as I know, this guy did not die or anything, but it's also terrifying. Imagine the state of mind you're in. And everybody's worst fears were confirmed when you/Flip and Flop never posted again. A lot of us assume that he had a really bad trip and likely ended up in the hospital, or possibly worse. Since he didn't post again, some speculate that he passed away. However, others speculate that Datura, as we know, can cause pretty gnarly amnesia, and perhaps he forgot about his account altogether since he made the throwaway account for this particular post. Maybe he just forgot, or he forgot his password to log in or something like that, and then he just never bothered coming back for an update. And of course, we always have to consider the possibility that this was simply a troll, because he made this throwaway account that proves that he was just messing with everybody because he thought it would be funny to post. I personally think that the story is real. That's just instinct and opinion. I have no proof either way, but the specifics that he provided just make me feel like he was telling the truth. People make throwaway accounts on Reddit all the time to just post something that they don't want related back to their main account. I personally think the most likely explanation is that he just had a super bad trip. He logged back in to make those comments, but then simply forgot about his account. However, I guess we'll never know. You'd think that if he did want to update us all, he would have just made another account to say that he was the person. 151 Beaker. This next one is a video posted on YouTube. 40 minutes of this boy's brother filming him as he comes down from his Datura trip. So mind you, the footage that you're watching right now and that you'll watch throughout this segment, this is not the peak of his trip. And so while he is acting pretty erratic still in these clips, it's not the worst of it. The description of this video reads, Beaker on the moon. The full video recording of Beaker finally brought to digital viewing. All the scenes in this film were recorded by the author. This video was recorded on an old VHS video camcorder, which has been recorded over multiple times. Please excuse the low quality in video. Moonflowers are poison. Do not attempt these stunts Beaker performs in this video. This video starts out in the summer of 2001 at about 10:30 p.m. when Beaker arrives at home. He got a ride from his friend Bill, and since he had his own car, I was concerned since he didn't drive it home. I couldn't even get a straight answer from him as to where it was, where he had been that day, or what the hell he was thinking. As it turns out, I found out a few days after this was filmed that he was at his friend Steven's house, and he had already been on drugs since earlier in the afternoon. Someone noticed that Beaker had been away from the group for some time now and decided to find out what he was doing. I'm glad they found him when they did, because this man was about to drink Windex glass cleaning solution right out of the bottle. They decided he was too fucked up to stay there and drove his ass home. On the way home, Bill says that Beaker thought he was driving the car and was freaking out because he couldn't control the car. That shit had to be funny as fuck. When Bill dropped him off, I noticed he was very delusional and he didn't even know I was his own brother. He called me many names that night. Rick, Sean, Richard, Nick, Nick, and a few others. I knew he couldn't be around his mom at all before she left to go to work. It was hard keeping him outside on the front porch until she had to get up at 11. He couldn't even get the whole sentence out of his mouth. All I could hear were mumbles and shit, but I believe he really thought he was talking the right way. Who the fuck knows what he was thinking? This motherfucker was beyond up. As soon as mom left, I grabbed the camera and started recording him because it was about the funniest shit I have ever experienced. Turns out he had ate some seeds from a moonflower plant and had lost all sense of reality and could actually see people, places, and things that weren't there. I wonder what was actually going through his mind while he was talking to the air. The best part about this particular video and testimony on YouTube is that Beaker just recently, 4 months ago, is what the comment says, and this was posted many years ago, and the video itself was taken over 20 years ago. Somebody claiming to be Beaker, and I do believe it is, commented on the video. Here's what he said. "This is me. My nickname is Beaker. My real name is Martin Papa X Keeney. I'm from Brighton, Illinois, about 30 minutes from St. Louis. I was 16 years old when my brother Mike recorded this. This is at the end of the day on the come down from the trip. I had eaten the seeds at like 9 o'clock in the morning. I, along with many of my friends, tripped on this shit several times. This was by far not the first or last time I did it. I usually ate 2 medium-sized pods or 1 giant one. I remember everything from the making of this video because it was at the end of the trip, and for the most part, I had my wits about me. But earlier in the day, that's a different story, LOL. This was recorded in 2002 on a VHS camcorder from the late 90s. Right now, it is 20 years later. I still have the original tape in my fire safe. I immediately named it Beaker on the Moon. But I don't think it will be much better quality, even though we have a lot better means of transferring from tape to digital these days. I've always wanted to get it onto my computer in the digital format so I could add captions to it because of how crappy the audio quality is. I assure you all that I am alive and well, perfectly fine. I am an iron worker for a living and a music producer, studio engineer for fun. I have no long-lasting effects whatsoever from it. Neither does my brother or any of our friends. But at the same time, all of us were a different breed than most. We started eating acid when we were 13 in 7th grade, and from there, we ate any kind of hallucinogen we could get our hands on. Acid, shroom, microdots, gel tabs, peyote, mescaline, quercetin C, Robitussin, Salvia D, 2CL, 2CB, DMT, you name it. I haven't even heard of half of those drugs, and they knew about it when they were half my age. But this here absolutely takes the cake. Having done everything there is out there for the most part, plus all the research and stuff I've done, the moonflower pods are absolutely the strongest hallucinogen you'll ever get your hands on. You are completely in your own world. You will be standing there talking to a group of your friends or just one friend or whatever, having full conversations where your friends respond, you shake their hands, you laugh together and everything. But in reality, there is nobody there. You are there by yourself. As for the blank spots that can happen to you, it is weird. You'll be there, you know what you're doing and remember it, and everything seems fine. And then flash, it's 4 hours later and you're in a totally different place. I don't know how I made it, but I drove on this shit several times. LOL, I definitely don't recommend that. Now that it's 20 years later, I think I'm going to go through all of these comments one by one and respond to them for people who posted them. I don't know if they will get a notification and ever see the response, but I'm gonna try. So that's an example, thankfully, of somebody who had done it many times and seemed to come out unscathed. However, their experience still does not sound pleasant to me. That was the most lighthearted one that we're going to talk about. The rest of this video is not going to be like that. The rest of them are way more common experiences people have and are tragic. A now deleted Reddit user posted their in-depth experience on September 3rd, 2019 on Reddit. Datura trip. Warning, don't do this. I hope this belongs on this sub. Before you begin, this is a throwaway account and I strongly advise against the use of this drug. This is not LSD, shrooms, etc. This is very dangerous and this post is a warning against its usage. Excuse the length of this post. It was hard to put it all into words. Too long didn't read. I took Datura, started seeing people who used to be close to me, smoked many imaginary cigarettes, ended up cutting myself, and was out of it for days with my kitchen and left with manic depression and anxiety ever since. Don't do this. Intro. The Datura experience. As anyone who knows of this drug, the realms this plant may show you are difficult to put into words, as though describing another sense. It was a July evening. Calming nature surrounded me, and the glistening orange beam of sunlight fell onto the green canopy, emitting a spiritual aura that was to commence me on my journey. For the last few weeks leading up to this, I had wanted to get my curious hands on Jimson seeds. I had been doing a year abroad in Berkeley, so psychonauts, I think is what they're saying, I'm not sure what that word is, were common. After reading about this mysterious plant, I was more than just intrigued. Having previously had a passion for salvia and other natural deliriants, Datura seemed to be the missing link. I had never fully broken through, but psychedelics had become an almost cult-like obsession of mine. You see, I wasn't interested in the highs, the buzzes, or the euphoria of most substances. What got me was what they don't speak about, the spiritual, groundbreaking realities some hidden plants could take you to. This made everything else irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. This Valhalla was one I could really see without having to imagine. So after reading about this substance, my intrigue was too powerful. I felt as though I was chosen, as though this was now my turn to peek behind the curtain. Eventually, after countless dark web searches, my efforts came to no avail. In fact, this only made me more desperate to find it. Of all the psychonauts I knew, only one could help me in my search. This guy was called Jack. He was to become the one person I could take this with. After a few days of waiting, I was awoken from my sleep to see that he had managed to find some seeds. I froze. Reality hit me. This was real. My brain was anxious, but my desires prevailed. The mix of adrenaline and excitement led to loss of sleep that night. Taking the Datura. After having prepared the day for this trip, we drove to the forest in silence. We took the seeds. I felt belly-aching nausea for the first 5 minutes. Now we wait, I thought. Jack stood watching as trip sitter, slowly roasting a joint as I prepared myself. All anxiety had gone. In fact, I felt completely sober, clear-headed but physically slow. Suddenly, after a while, I saw my friend Jess. She'd come to see how I was doing. She'd been there before with me on shrooms, but I hadn't seen her in so long. "Are you feeling it yet?" "Not really, I just feel dehydrated. I think they might be low-dosed." However, I felt this negative feeling in my gut when I looked at her. I remembered the fakeness and wondered why she was even here. She cheated on me. She's not my friend. Jack called out, "What are you doing? Come back." Why is he trying to stop me from seeing Jess? I thought. For a brief second, reality struck me. What am I doing? I looked up to see nothing but the cool air. Night was commencing. Shivers went down my spine. My anxiety grew rapidly. I knew I was delirious. Then I was back to this strange realm. We decided we needed to get back. Things were becoming more and more weird. We somehow made it to my apartment. Jack insisted on staying to look after me. Whilst the PS4 was on, I thought I'd make a drink for my guest. I saw my dad there. His face seemed much younger, but anger could be seen on his face. "Don't invite people without telling me. This isn't your place." I sulked off like a child back to my room. I opened the window, pulled out a Lucky Strike, and puffed it. It was euphoric, but just as I was beginning to have my first few inhales, I heard Jack run into my room. "Close the window right now." "Why?" He slammed it back, and a look of terror was on his face. "You're not in a good way." "Shut up. I invited you to my dad's apartment for the night to chill. Don't be a pain." "You're fucked. This isn't your dad's place. Your dad has passed away. We need to sober you up. I'm worried." "I'm fine." I didn't take any real notice of what he was saying. In fact, I barely even recognized him. Why is he in my house? I knew I was supposed to be doing something today. I had forgotten had taken Datura, forgotten who Jack was, and forgotten who I was. This terrified me. Paradox after paradox, I felt I was insane. I carried on smoking. The dark turn. My memory is still fuzzy at this part of the experience. According to Jack's recollection, I was angrily speaking gibberish. Not just a mix and match of words, but complete, fluent gibberish, as if I was speaking another language.
Most girls remember when, where, and why they were first introduced to Lolita. For me, like many girls now in their 20s, I was first introduced to Lolita from stills from Adrian Lyne's 1997 film adaptation of the controversial novel. Tumblr was the birthplace of many subcultures and aesthetics and a breeding ground for questionable teenage behavior, from thinspo content to nymphette blogs, the two often coinciding. The nymphette girl bloggers are the predecessors of the modern-day coquettes, obsessed with Lana Del Rey, vintage girlish fashion, and, as the name would suggest, the titular nymphette from Nabokov's Lolita. These nymphette blogs posting photos and gift sets of Dominique Swain in her vintage two-piece sets and ribbons tied in her hair were where I was first introduced to Lolita. To my honest surprise, I was never really infatuated with Lolita in that way. I always loved her outfits in the 1997 adaptation, but I never engaged with the subject matter far beyond the superficial aesthetic of the film. When I finally did read the novel, I was still a teenager, albeit outside of Humbert Humbert's narrow nymphette age limit of 14, but 18 nonetheless. I remember when I read the novel, I was honestly underwhelmed by it at the time. I found Humbert Humbert to be insufferable, not even necessarily for his disgusting actions, but just for the crime of his lengthy rants and reflections being annoying and, well, boring to my naive 16-year-old self. Immediately after reading the book, I watched the films. I started with Stanley Kubrick's 1962 adaptation and was thoroughly unimpressed. Once again, not even for the horror of what went on behind the scenes or the inaccurate depiction of the story, but because I found it boring. By this point, I was no stranger to Kubrick. I was actually going through a big Kubrick phase at the time, and I would cite A Clockwork Orange as one of my favorite films for quite a while. I was likewise no stranger to vintage cinema, especially not vintage cinema depicting questionable age gap romances. In fact, those were some of my favorites. Soon after watching Kubrick's Lolita, I moved on to Adrian Lyne's 90s adaptation, with freedom from the Hays Code and Hollywood being much more liberal with what can be shown on screen. Lyne's Lolita was able to follow much more closely to the source material it portrayed. From my memory, for this reason, it was much more tragic and heart-wrenching than Kubrick's. I feel as though Lyne's adaptation is generally more preferred, however, it still remains to be certainly flawed. I think I enjoyed the film at the time, but never enough to revisit it. Despite my lackluster experience engaging with the novel Lolita and the films surrounding it, Lolita continues to follow me throughout my life and my work. I think about this story often, in both its book and movie format, and have discussed the story to various degrees in several of my essays. The publishing of Lolita in 1955 truly altered the state of culture, even introducing new words to the cultural lexicon to define the sexuality or perceived sexuality of young girls. Webster's dictionary defines Lolita as a precociously seductive girl. Likewise, nymphette holds a synonymous definition: a sexually precocious girl barely in her teens. To Nabokov's likely dismay, his work has been misinterpreted, mishandled, and outright appropriated by popular culture. The reality is, not all stories are made for every medium. Nabokov meticulously wove Lolita over the course of several years to be the perfect book to tell a story of such taboo and sensitive subject matter. He toiled for 5 years, tormenting himself over the story and telling it correctly. Roxane Gray wrote in their essay Ugly Beautiful, In a lesser writer's hands, Lolita would have been vulgar, but Nabokov is deft in every choice he makes in telling Humbert Humbert's story. Humbert's perversion is clear, but as a 1958 review of the novel in the Atlantic notes, there is not a single obscene term in Lolita, and aficionados of erotica are likely to find it a dud. This is not an erotic romp. It is not pornography. It is an incisive examination of a pedophile's downfall and the people he takes along with him. For every action, there is a consequence, and Nabokov is relentless in making clear the gravity of those consequences for Dolores, for Humbert, for everyone. According to Vera Nabokov, during the 5 years it took to write Lolita, Vladimir wrote for 16 hours a day, wrote until his hand cramped. He became so fascinated by pedophilia, by depicting it the right way, that pedophilia appears in 6 of his stories. And though he clearly holds the subject matter in contempt, he does so without overly moralizing. Now, to take a story that has been so carefully created to best serve the medium of literature whilst exploring such sensitive subject matter, and to think that this story can be adapted onto screen effortlessly, quickly, or even accurately is naive and irresponsible in my opinion. The story was specifically and intentionally crafted over the course of 5 years with the intended purpose to be read as a book. This type of rumination that Nabokov experienced is important when telling such a story. Nabokov famously stated that he didn't want any little girls on the cover of his book. His preference for the cover is as stated: "I want pure colors, melting clouds, accurately drawn details, a sunburst above a receding road with the light reflected in furrows and ruts after rain, and no girls. If we cannot find that kind of artistic and virile painting, let us settle for an immaculate white jacket, rough texture paper instead of the usual glossy kind, with Lolita in bold black lettering." Additionally, he stated outright, "There is one subject which I am emphatically opposed to: any kind of representation of a little girl." Initially, his request was honored. The first copy of Lolita, and the one I associate most with the novel, is the green hardcover with simple black lettering. The second version again honored his request. However, it would only take 2 years since publication for his request to be ignored. For the 1957 Stockholm edition of the novel, there is depicted a drawing of a little girl. Albeit she's not sexualized in any way, she's still a young girl. The limits would be pushed further in the Netherlands when a 1958 copy was released depicting a drawing of a girl, looking a little more like a young woman sitting on the lawn, making reference to Humbert Humbert and Lolita's first meeting. This is the first time we see Lolita become ambiguously aged, rather than clearly a little girl of 12. 8 different covers would be released in different countries over the next year, all honoring Nabokov's request, having no people on the cover and certainly no little girls. In 1959, the Turkish version of the book features a man holding in his arms a girl, this time certainly looking more like a woman.
Extraordinary. See, this is supposed to be, I don't know in what language it is. I think it's a Turkish. Let's say Turkish Lolita. You look at the man and the girl. I'm not sure who is older.
And again, over the next few years, various covers would be released in different countries, none featuring little girls on the cover, until 1962. In 1962, after the release of Kubrick's film, there is a stark and sudden shift in the style of the book cover, the first to reference the film being released in the US in 1962. The cover features a woman who looks to be about 25. She lays on a bed, giving whoever glimpses at her seductive bedroom eyes. Certainly not the 90-pound, 4'10", 12-year-old Nabokov described. Next, the book cover featuring the infamous Kubrick movie poster would be published. The image that I'm sure comes rushing to many of our minds when the word Lolita is uttered. Actress Sue Lyon peering over her red, heart-shaped sunglasses as she sucks on a heart-shaped lollipop. From this point onward, the cover changed forever. In nearly every cover in every country from this point onward, there is depicted a young girl or woman in some sort of sexualized or seductive nature. Many feature girls in their underwear, some feature women entirely nude, often featuring women with curvaceous, womanly bodies who looked old enough to be Charlotte Hayes rather than Dolores. Many now featured phallic props, such as a lipstick by the girl's mouth, a lollipop, or a popsicle, as she stares seductively at the potential reader. Gone is the image of the scrawny 4'10", 12-year-old. Humbert's own description of Lolita: she was low, plain low in the morning, standing 4'10" in one sock, becomes lost in the popular culture, replaced by a slightly older, ambiguously aged girl with long, flirty eyelashes and sultry red lips. The man I largely blame for this sudden shift is James B. Harris, producer of the 1962 Lolita. Hello, before we dive further into the video, I would like to thank today's sponsor, which is myself. I'm excited to announce that I will be launching a Patreon. You may have noticed I haven't posted in a couple months, and that is because I've been trying to... Basically, a sponsor that I was working with ended up saying something that made me feel a little uncomfortable and objectified, and so I was trying to rectify the situation and come to an agreement before posting this video. However, because we were unable to come to a mutual agreement or understanding that both worked for the brand and for my channel, I no longer felt comfortable recommending their product to my mostly young female audience. I try to work only with brands that align with my own views, and I've went back and forth on whether or not I should start a Patreon pretty much since I've started this channel. However, with this recent issue, I think it might be best to switch to a more community-supported approach, as a lot of YouTubers do. One of the parts that I'm most excited to announce is the book club. I get a lot of questions about the books that I read for my channel, so I think it would be cool if we could read the books that I often cite and that are the foundation for a lot of my own theory together. In addition to reading new books for the first time, I'm always reading new material for the channel, so it would be cool if we could read them as a community. In addition, I will be posting Patreon exclusive content, the usual. So if you want to support the channel, or if the Patreon seems like something that you'd be interested in partaking in, the link will be in the description, and I'm excited to see you guys over there. When director Stanley Kubrick and producer James B. Harris sought to adapt Lolita onto screen, they contacted Nabokov to write the script. At the time, one of the main issues when adapting the story was navigating around the Production Code Administration, or PCA, which had strict guidelines in reference to the Hays Code on what was allowed to be shown on screen. The Hays Code prohibited profanity, suggestive nudity, graphic or realistic violence, sexual persuasions, and rape, amongst other things, which, as one could expect, made the adaptation of Lolita very challenging. Nabokov initially refused the offer to write the screenplay. However, after having experienced a small nocturnal illumination of diabolical origin, as he said himself, he composed a 400-page screenplay. Nabokov's screenplay would be then edited by Kubrick to an almost unrecognizable state. During the pre-production phase of the film, Nabokov would quit several times over disagreements with the story direction. One of the early suggestions made to Nabokov when adapting the script was suggesting making one big change to pacify the PCA. Make Humbert and Dolores a married couple. Nabokov hated this concept, obviously, and quit over it. In his essay, Nabokov's Rocking Chair, Tom Bissell writes about this encounter between Nabokov, Kubrick, and Harris. In 1959, Kubrick formally asked Nabokov to write the screenplay for Lolita. Intrigued, the Nabokovs drove on to Los Angeles to meet Kubrick. Things got off to a poor start when Nabokov was told that the film version of Lolita would have to end with Humbert and Dolores getting married, with the blessing of a relative, preferably. In the novel, Dolores has no other living relatives. That's kind of the point.
Of course, this suggestion struck Nabokov as the height of insanity, but Harris had already sat down for initial meetings with the MPAA, the trade association that represents film studios, to discuss ways to maneuver around the production code. When the MPAA argued that Humbert and Dolores' relationship was too immoral to depict, Harris pointed out that it was perfectly legal in several states for a man of Humbert's age to marry a 12-year-old girl, provided she had her parents' blessing. Yeah. I just want to note, keep that in mind, that as we move forward, that Harris eagerly pointed out that it was legal for someone of Humbert's age to marry a 12-year-old. Nabokov would later return to the project after Kubrick and Harris dropped the marriage plotline. Their new solution was to age 12-year-old Lolita up so she would instead be 15 years old. Therefore, in order to make a releasable film, Kubrick and Harris were tasked with hiring an actress who appeared older than the Dolores Haze that Nabokov described in the book. Of 800 auditionees, 14-year-old Sue Lyon was chosen to play the role. Sue Lyon appeared slightly older than 14, and this was only further emphasized by the way in which they styled her in the film. In the article, The Troubling Legacy of the Lolita Story 60 Years On, Steph Green states, "When watched today, the final film is a bag of contradictions. Lyon is made up with eyeliner, sooty eyelashes, and permanently coiffed hair. And yet she sleeps in the nightdress of a Victorian doll, all ruffles, ribbons, and bows. When we first meet her, she's rigidly placed and poised, gazing at Humbert over the top of her sunglasses. She looks imperious, knowing, and appears to be at least 18. She is not as Nabokov described in the book, standing 4'10" in one sock." In a 1974 foreword to Lolita, a screenplay, Nabokov admitted that the frills of Miss Lyon's elaborate nightgown were painful. Nabokov would later go on to say that Catherine de Mongeau, the scrappy, tomboyish, then 12-year-old of Zazie in the Metro, would have been the ideal Lolita instead. And ever since I have read this statement by Nabokov, I constantly think about it. The stark difference in the way in which Nabokov saw Dolores Haze and the way in which the media so desperately wanted to depict her. Especially when we contrast the image of Catherine de Mongeau against not only Sue Lyon in the film, but also the book covers intending to depict Dolores. This to me is a testament to the way in which Nabokov saw her as Dolores, a little girl, whereas the media sees her as Lolita, a sex symbol. To me, this is a testament to the way in which our media is primed to view a little girl through the eyes of men like Humbert, and to advertise to and prioritize the gaze of men like Humbert. Determined to adapt this controversial book despite the strict censorship laws, Kubrick and Harris made an effort to divert focus away from Sue Lyon and thus Lolita's age. Harris disturbingly went on record saying, "We knew we must make her a sex object, where everyone in the audience could understand why everyone would want to jump on her." And in a 2015 interview, Harris once again affirmed his opinion, "We made sure when we cast her that she was a definite sex object, not something that could be interpreted as being perverted. We wanted it to come off as a love story and to feel very sympathetic with Humbert." And as mentioned, this is when we see the image of Lolita altered in the popular consciousness. James B. Harris successfully transformed Dolores Haze from a scrawny 12-year-old girl into an international underage sex symbol. Harris, like Humbert, transformed Dolores into Lolita. And it is frightening the way that the dynamic between Lolita actress Sue Lyon and producer James B. Harris began to mirror the relationship between Lolita and Humbert. Lyon was 14 when she was cast in the film and spent several months in 1960 and 1961 on the film set in London. According to Lyon's childhood friend Michelle Phillips, singer for the Mamas and Papas, it was on set that Lyon began a relationship with producer James B. Harris. When filming wrapped, Sue Lyon returned home and Michelle Phillips described Sue Lyon as completely changed the next time she saw her. Lyon revealed to Phillips that she had lost her virginity to James B. Harris. Phillips was shocked, stating, "I saw a picture of him. He looked like her grandfather." At the time, Lyon would have been 14 years old, while James B. Harris was 32 years old. Remember how Harris was so eager to point out that it was legal for a man of Humbert's age to marry a 12-year-old with parental consent? Yeah, interesting. Harris and Lyon never married, and it's unclear how long they were seeing each other and what the nature of their relationship exactly was to Harris, beyond an exploitation of Lyon's youth and naivety. When Sue Lyon was 16 years old and still doing publicity work to promote Lolita, her brother committed suicide. One interviewer thought it appropriate to ask this girl if her brother had killed himself because his little sister played Lolita.
I was once on a television show, a talk show. My brother had just died 2 days before that. The interviewer opens his show by saying, and now I was 16 years old, he said, "Did your brother kill himself because you played Lolita?" I didn't say a thing. I got up and I walked off, and I couldn't even dignify that with, "Don't you have good sense, sir?" I had no words. I left that, and that's typical of the reason that I can't be a movie star. I never could.
Lyon's daughter, Nona Harrison Gomez, explains that the reputation of Lolita negatively impacted her mother's career. She was so much stronger than this twisted, complicated interpretation of what a girl or woman is. They had her in a contract. She was supposed to do something like 5 or 6 movies after Lolita, and instead she had to keep promoting Lolita for years afterwards. That movie pigeonholed her in a way that didn't allow her to move forward with her career. Sue Lyon became withdrawn from speaking to the press, giving a rare statement in 1996 that highlighted the impact that Lolita had had on her life. "My destruction as a person dates from that movie. I defy any pretty girl who was rocketed to stardom at 14 in a nymphette role to stay on a level path thereafter." And this quote from Lyon is the exact reason as to why Lolita should never have been adapted in the first place and should never be adapted again. The destruction of a girl's life is not worth it. And despite the horror story that was the production of Lolita in 1962, in the 1990s, the book was adapted again. Stephen Schiff, who at the time was primarily a journalist, was brought on to write Lolita as his first feature film screenplay. I find this to be a little troubling because, as mentioned, Nabokov toiled for several years in order to tell this story perfectly. Additionally, Nabokov was already a seasoned writer by the time he wrote Lolita, having been writing for 3 decades. So to bring on someone to adapt such a story as their first screenplay is actually quite irresponsible in my opinion. This version of Lolita certainly followed closer to the source material than the 1962 adaptation. Now with freedom from the Hays Code, however, the film was of course still met with a lot of polarizing controversy. Schiff responded to the criticism and said that the movie critics in America come from a very jumpy, keep it in the dark, maybe it will go away kind of culture, and ensured that the film won't encourage pedophiles because Humbert comes to an awful end, and that if you make a film about a murderer, you're not advocating for murder. This comment from Schiff is very frustrating and further solidifies my opinion that Schiff was definitely never suited to adapt this story into a screenplay. I find that if you make a film about a murderer, you're not advocating for murder comment to be the most frustrating part of this sentiment because it makes an irrelevant comparison. It's almost like pedophilia and murder aren't the same thing, and to compare them is redundant. Murder is exclusively a physical act. By simulating murder on screen, you are not partaking in murder, obviously, as Schiff suggests. However, pedophilia is not an exclusively physical act. You can, and people often do, engage in pedophilia without physically touching children. This can commonly take place in the form of child pornography, for example. By simulating pedophilia or child pornography in an eroticized way on screen using real child actors, you are essentially coming as close as possible to creating legal child pornography. Therefore, you are creating content to be consumed by pedophiles for their viewing pleasure. That may not be, and I hope is not, one's intended audience. However, when you are making a film with children, this is, and I cannot stress this enough, something you need to be aware of and thinking of when you write a script and direct a film featuring children, especially a story of this nature. I don't care. Child welfare is more important than your art. The safety of children is more important than any story you want to tell. Because as said, when you are making a film, you require the real bodies of real little girls to tell your story. This isn't just words on a page. These are real children. Brooke Shields' first real kiss was when she was 11 with 29-year-old co-star Keith Carradine, whilst doing a scene for Pretty Baby. Sue Lyon was a real 14-year-old girl being groomed by 33-year-old James B. Harris. Dominique Swain was a real 15-year-old girl made to kiss 49-year-old Jeremy Irons. American Beauty star Mina Suvari was a real teenager being groomed and taken advantage of by multiple older men on sets since she was 12 years old. Natalie Portman was 13 years old when she was cast in Leon the Professional, a film director Luc Besson loosely based on his relationship with actress and now director Maïwenn, whom he met when she was 12 and started dating when she was 15 and he was 32. Portman has since openly discussed the negative impacts that being sexualized at such a young age by adult male viewers of the film had on her. These girls have acted as sacrificial lambs in order to benefit the egoic pursuits of grown men.
I keep hearing a particular gripe about this cultural shift, and maybe you have too. Some people have been calling this movement puritanical or a return to Victorian values where men can't behave or speak sexually around dainty, delicate, fragile women. To these people, I want to say the current system is puritanical. Maybe men can say and do whatever they want, but women cannot. The current system inhibits women from expressing our desires, wants, and needs, from seeking our pleasure. Let me tell you about my own experience. I turned 12 on the set of my first film, The Professional, in which I played a young girl who befriends a hitman and hopes to avenge the murder of her family. The character is simultaneously discovering and developing her womanhood, her voice, and her desire. At that moment in my life, I too was discovering my own womanhood, my own desire, and my own voice. I was so excited at 13 when the film was released and my work and my art would have a human response. I excitedly opened my first fan mail to read a rape fantasy that a man had written me. A countdown was started on my local radio show to my 18th birthday, euphemistically the date that I would be legal to sleep with. Movie reviewers talked about my budding breasts in reviews. I understood very quickly, even as a 13-year-old, that if I were to express myself sexually, I would feel unsafe, and that men would feel entitled to discuss and objectify my body to my great discomfort. So I quickly adjusted my behavior. I rejected any role that even had a kissing scene and talked about that choice deliberately in interviews. I emphasized how bookish I was and how serious I was, and I cultivated an elegant way of dressing. I built a reputation for basically being prudish, conservative, nerdy, serious, in an attempt to feel that my body was safe and that my voice would be listened to. At 13 years old, the message from our culture was clear to me. I felt the need to cover my body and to inhibit my expression and my work in order to send my own message to the world that I'm someone worthy of safety and respect. The response to my expression, from small comments about my body to more threatening, deliberate statements, served to control my behavior through an environment of sexual terrorism.
And if anyone shares the opinion of Schiff that this type of criticism I'm presenting stems from a prudish sensibility, I implore you to develop critical thinking skills and stay away from school zones. No one is suggesting that you can't tell a story about pedophilia. I have mentioned in previous videos that Greg Araki's 2004 film Mysterious Skin tackles this subject matter incredibly well. This film is also based on a book, however, it is a very different book and is told from the perspective of the victimized child rather than the pedophile, which is part of what makes Lolita so complicated to adapt. Additionally, another film that I believe tackled this subject matter incredibly well is The Diary of a Teenage Girl. Similarly to Mysterious Skin, The Diary of a Teenage Girl is adapted from a book told from the child's perspective. The film is adapted from Phoebe Gloeckner's 2002 diaristic graphic novel. When I recently watched this film, I found myself relating to Minnie in a lot of ways. Where films that tackle this topic often fail is by making the teenager an eroticized object for the viewer, as can be seen with Dolores Hayes in both adaptations of Lolita and with Angela in American Beauty, for example, seemingly in an attempt to showcase to the viewer or prove that the teenager is someone that can be lusted after, as if to say, see, look how hot she is. Except we don't need her to look like Mina Suvari in American Beauty to conceptualize why a grown man would be attracted to a little girl. She doesn't need to be uniquely beautiful to qualify. As Minnie states in her opening monologue to the film, I was a very ugly child. My appearance has not improved, so I suppose it was a lucky break when he was attracted to my youth. Likewise, the point of Lolita that is often lost in the film adaptations is Lolita is not a uniquely striking or seductive child, despite what Humbert would like us to believe. She is just a child, and as Minnie suggests, it is the youth that is appealing. That is the point. The Diary of a Teenage Girl, however, beautifully explores the grooming of Minnie and Minnie's burgeoning sexuality without her ever feeling like an eroticized sight to be consumed by the viewer. This is especially impressive when one is aware that the actress playing 15-year-old Minnie was actually 22 at the time of filming. And this is actually a decision I agree with. I think when one can avoid subjecting minors to acting out these types of stories, we should, for the reasons mentioned above. However, in the wrong hands, the casting of an 18-plus actress in a teen role can likewise backfire and be used as a vessel to further exploit the fetish of teenage sexuality. This can be seen by the adult casting decisions in Euphoria, which were often exploited and used to merely showcase the teenage characters in highly eroticized scenarios. Belle Powley, the actress playing Minnie, never felt overtly sexualized. She passed for a believable teenager, but it never felt in a fetishized way. There are scenes that depict Minnie nude or having sex. However, they never linger on her body in the way Euphoria does with Cassie, for example. We can see how the men in the film sexualize Minnie. However, we as the audience are not viewing her through this lens, and rightfully so. This is assisted by the fact that The Diary of a Teenage Girl is told through, well, the diary of a teenage girl, rather than the reflections of the pedophile. We are watching the story through Minnie's perspective rather than the man who grooms her, and therefore we, the audience, are not viewing her through his fetishized perspective of her, but rather her awkward and real perspective of herself. As I will later discuss, this perspective difference is what makes Lolita impossible to ethically and accurately adapt whilst staying true to the original context of the book. This criticism is not coming from a so-called very jumpy, keep it in the dark, maybe it will go away kind of culture, as Schiff suggests. However, because film is a different medium, it requires a different set of responsibilities in order to tell this type of story ethically. If you actually read and understood the book, you should understand the flaw in turning the story into a vessel to be voyeuristically consumed and enjoyed by the exact type of gaze, people, and culture that Nabokov criticizes. If you feel so passionately about telling a story like Lolita, I suggest you take the same care as Nabokov. Write your script for 16 hours a day for 5 years, because that is the minimum it takes to intimately comprehend this subject matter. Roxane Gray wrote in their essay Ugly Beautiful, "The aesthetics of Lolita in narrative and film are choices, and those choices undo, or at the very least, diminish the ugliness of the story they represent. Those choices seduce the reader or viewer. They lull us into believing that violation is perhaps not so bad. In most movies that deal with sexual violence, we see beautiful men doing terrible things to beautiful women. Rape is ugly, but rapists never are. What intrigues me most about Lolita is that the novel introduces so many questions. It forces us to grapple with not only what the novel is about, but how the subject matter is handled, whether or not it should be handled, and who has the right to tell this kind of story. Furthermore, Schiff displays very evidently that he should have never been the person to adapt this story by his degrading comments directed at Sue Lyon. In the introduction to his screenplay, Schiff writes, "Lolita was an enormous, difficult role, and we wanted to avoid, above all, the mistake we felt Kubrick had made in casting Sue Lyon, a 15-year-old who nevertheless looked like a 20-year-old hooker." Need I remind you that this is what Sue Lyon looked like during the filming of Lolita? As mentioned, she certainly doesn't fit the image of Dolores Haze Nabokov described. However, neither does Dominique Swain in Schiff's 1997 adaptation. Their aesthetic depiction is only marginally better in my opinion. To publicly degrade a 14-year-old girl for the sexualization she experienced as the result of grooming by much older men makes it clear to me that Schiff failed to understand the source material he sought to adapt, and should never have been hired to write the Lolita screenplay. In the book Lolita, Dolores Haze is not a real little girl. She only exists within the confines of the pages of a book, and the idea of her as Lolita, as a seductress of sorts, is even more fantastical, existing only within the confines of Humbert Humbert's fictional imagination. There are no real people involved when reading a book beyond the author themselves. However, when you adapt a novel onto screen, the character remains fictional. However, you are now relying on the body of a real-life person to bring that story to life. In this case, the story of Lolita is dependent on putting a real-life little girl into the shoes of Dolores Haze. Sue Lyon and Dominique Swain were, like Dolores, ordinary girls plucked from obscurity to satisfy a fetishistic gaze. But whilst Humbert's gaze remains internalized, the gaze of the filmmaker translates on the big screen for the world to see. This is an incredibly dangerous position for any little girl. These conversations are especially important when we exist in the time of family influencers and even baby influencers like Ren Eleanor. Ren Eleanor and her mother Jacqueline have recently been at the center of a lot of controversy and discussion surrounding the ethics of how people post their children online. Many of the videos Jacqueline posts of Ren feature the toddler in seemingly innocent scenarios, however could be and likely are being seen as suggestive for child predators online. These videos include Ren eating a hot dog, Ren eating frozen honey, etc. And this is unfortunately far from a one-off case. It's not hard to fall down rabbit holes on Instagram when you look at the followers of young girls who post dance videos or gymnastics videos, for example, on Reels, and notice how disturbing their comment sections and follower lists are. And then you click on these men's profiles and they exclusively follow little girls who post similar content. This type of content is not dissimilar to the footage that can be found in the Lolita film adaptations, especially the 1997 version. Technically legal, however, still dangerous. So you may use a body double to depict the nude scenes of Dolores. You may place a board between Dominique Swain and Jeremy Irons when she sits on his lap. However, despite all this, you are still actively creating a fantasy in which a little girl is being sexualized and eroticized on screen. Even when we consider American Beauty, a film that was written with the intention of subverting this idea of the teenage seductress, the lingering image in popular culture is not the cracking of Angela's facade when she cries and admits to Lester that she is in fact a virgin and afraid of sex. Rather, when we think of American Beauty, we are left with the image of Lester's fantastical mirages of Angela, of her laying nude in a bed of roses. We remember Angela as a seductress, a teenage temptress, a Lolita. Tom Bissell aptly reflects on this in his essay. While I assembled my notes for this essay, I found myself thinking about the twin Lolitas, Sue Lyon and Dominique Swain, quite a lot. I tried to imagine being 14 years old and put into the position of portraying a character whose very name has become synonymous with jailbait. A great, though appropriate irony of filming a story about a young girl whose life is ruined is knowing that you could ruin some girl's life by filming it. You could tell yourself, we'll be great, we'll make her comfortable, we'll be exceptional, we'll stuff a board between her and every middle-aged erection on set. In literature, no one gets hurt because literature is not real. Yet film and television sort of are real when you're talking about children being tasked with roles whose impact on their lives they are in no position to understand. I find the way that our culture inevitably warped the depiction of Lolita to become a sexualized, blossoming young woman, rather than the victimized child that she is, reminds me of the way in which our culture likewise perpetuated the aspects of the Hunger Games that Suzanne Collins sought to comment on. In The Hunger Games, Suzanne Collins explores our media's tendency to ignore horrific and devastating current events in order to sensationalize frivolous aspects of celebrity culture. Collins has stated that she observed this dichotomy whilst flipping through channels on her television. On one channel, she'd find reality TV stars competing for a superficial prize, and on the next, she saw footage of the Iraq War. She described how the two combined in an unsettling way to create her first ideas for the series. Collins highlights this fixation on the superficial in The Hunger Games by the way in which the Capitol becomes completely engrossed with the idea of this romance arc between Katniss and Peeta, focusing on the spectacle of their relationship rather than the fact that these are two children who will likely be murdered in a violent display of pageantry. When The Hunger Games was adapted into film and became a huge sensation, it was interesting to witness the way in which our real-life media directly replicated the behavior of the Capitol. In an ironic, mirrored labyrinth, the real-life media pushed this idea of the largely unimportant love triangle between Katniss, Peeta, and Gale in an attempt to echo the sensation that was the love triangle in Twilight. A large part of the appeal of the Twilight boom was the Team Jacob versus Team Edward element, and so in an attempt to capitalize off of the recently ended Twilight franchise, Breaking Dawn Part 2 released the same year as the first Hunger Games movie, the media swapped out Team Edward versus Team Jacob for Team Gale versus Team Peeta, the most uninteresting and unimportant aspect of the film, just like the Capitol does. In a parallel sense, Nabokov wrote Lolita as a cultural criticism on the normalization and fetishization of pedophilia in our culture. He set out to write a commentary on how normalized the pedophilic gaze of men like Humbert is, and in my opinion, does so masterfully. The point of the novel was, of course, to showcase that there is no such thing as a child seductress. Nymphets don't exist beyond the confines of the imagination of sick and twisted adults. However, through the marketing, we can see how much of our culture's instinct is to appeal to this exact pervasive pedophilic gaze that Nabokov was commenting on. It was merely muscle memory the way the marketing for Lolita ended up sexualizing her repeatedly, turning her into the exact fetish Nabokov sought to comment on. It is honestly frightening and absurd how seemingly intertwined this pedophilic gaze is woven into our culture. Nabokov reflected on the mishandling and appropriation of Lolita in a 1975 interview. Lolita isn't a perverse young girl. She's a poor child who has been debauched. It is equally interesting to dwell, as journalists say, on the problem of the inept degradation that the character of the nymphette Lolita, whom I invented in 1955, has undergone in the mind of the broad public. Not only has the perversity of this poor child been grotesquely exaggerated, but her physical appearance, her age, everything has been transformed by the illustrations in foreign publications. In reality, Lolita is a little girl of 12, whereas Humbert is a mature man. And it's the abyss between his age and that of the little girl that produces the vacuum, the vertigo, the seduction of mortal danger. Secondly, it's the imagination of the sad satyr that makes a magic creature of this little American schoolgirl. Outside of the maniacal gaze of Humbert, there is no nymphette. Lolita the nymphette exists only through the obsession that destroys Humbert. Herein, an essential aspect of a unique book that has been betrayed by factitious popularity. What's tricky about adapting Lolita is, as Nabokov stated, and as I've stated multiple times throughout this video, Lolita isn't real. Not even in the story. She exists as a fantasy in the mind of Humbert. Though as Humbert tells the story as an unreliable narrator through his warped gaze, when translating this warped gaze onto screen using real people and most importantly a real little girl, the fetishized fantastical image of Lolita the Nymphette becomes real, thus perpetuating what is sought to criticize. The writing of Humbert is intentionally manipulative. The novel is written in a way so that the reader is tempted to sympathize with Humbert. He is charming, even on paper, as many child predators are. That's the point. He, as a character, wants you to believe he has done nothing wrong. He is trying to convince you that what he is doing is completely normal and justified. Lauren Groff writes in her essay, "When I look again at Lolita from this stance of shame, I see very clearly the ways in which Nabokov set out to seduce his readers. Strike that. Far darker than seduction. The novel aims to groom us." In its opening pages, it is careful to establish that Humbert's predilections are not unusual. They are almost too common. In order to accurately adapt Lolita, the film would need to be made considering this grooming of the viewer, and with Humbert's gaze in mind, as the story is told through his warped perspective of reality. Though just because this is effective in a book does not mean it would translate ethically onto screen. I don't believe it is possible to ethically adapt this perspective into a film without endangering the actors portraying Dolores Haze. In short, if you want to adapt this story, you need to be someone who understands the source material and its cultural context enough to understand the way in which our culture actively fetishizes, targets, and endangers little girls. And if you understand that enough to adapt the film, you shouldn't want to adapt the film. Tom Bissell concluded in his essay Nabokov's Rocking Chair, "Had I been asked to adapt Lolita, if I were asked tomorrow to adapt Lolita, I know what I would do. What I would do would be no different from what any other striving literary man would do. I would work hard to be true to a book that I love. I would ignore my conscience about putting a young woman in the position our production had put her in. I would tell myself that great art is worth the risk. What I wonder, what I truly don't know, is exactly how many days would go by before I realized that this was Humbert's logic too, when he decided to destroy Dolores Haze." If you enjoyed this video and want to engage more with this subject, I suggest checking out my video on the sexy baby archetype in film, in which I discussed the tropes that fall under the sexy baby archetype in cinema and why
I really like villains. I think that a lot of times the antagonists of a story end up being way more interesting of a character than the protagonist. That's often because the antagonist does have more liberty in what they are able to do on screen as opposed to our heroes. Because general audiences have to, for the most part, like our main character, there's a lot less moral ambiguity that they can operate in. Writers need us to not only be invested in their story and plight, but also sympathize with them. Villains are wholly unburdened by that restraint. In fact, depending on the story, creators want you to hate them. So there's a lot more creativity and freedom in how these characters can be portrayed. So they often end up being a little more interesting than our protagonists. They get to be rude, condescending, mean, self-centered, and in a lot of ways it does make them more human and more relatable at times than our seemingly perfect hero. But as much as I love a really well-written hero, over recent years there's been more concerted effort to flesh out antagonists and make them more complex. Complex villains is a phrase that you've probably heard many times before, but oftentimes when someone says that a character is complex, what they really mean is that they sympathize with them in some way. It's not a clear-cut black and white situation with a good guy and a bad guy. There's some shades of gray. So when people say complex villains, what they really mean is that they understand where the villain is coming from, or even feel they are somewhat justified in their actions. And those character portrayals are really interesting and have kind of become the new standard in storytelling. I think a lot of people think an uncomplex villain means that the story is elementary and therefore not as thoughtful or worthy of merit as stories that have complex villains. So much so that in order to justify why they like an antagonist, some people create complexities in their characterization where there might not have been any. It's almost as if there is this growing uncomfortability among audiences to say that they like something that might be simple in its execution, and so feel a need to bend over backwards to create more depth and complexity to justify why they like it so much. And that has increasingly become the case when it comes to villains. I cannot tell you how many excuses and made-up plot lines I've seen people create simply to justify why they like a villain in a story. And I think it's really interesting the lengths that people go to, not only to convince themselves that a villain isn't all that bad, but other people as well to not hate them as much as they do. So that's what we're going to be talking about today. We're going to go through some examples of antagonists that people insist are simply misunderstood and that you actually lack media literacy if you fell for the trap of actually thinking they're the bad guy. There are a lot of examples, but these are just some of the examples that bother me the most. Have you ever been personally injured? You may be entitled to financial compensation. Personal injuries could be worth millions of dollars. You could stand to win a large sum of money. But that really all comes down to what kind of legal firm you hire to take on your case. Now, with traditional firms, you may run into many problems like tedious paperwork, high costs, lengthy processing times. That is, of course, unless you hire one of America's leading personal injury firms, Morgan & Morgan. Morgan & Morgan is a personal injury law firm with over 1,000 attorneys operating in all 50 states. If you are ever seriously hurt, your injury may be worth millions of dollars. With Morgan & Morgan, clients have won up to $12 million in Florida and up to $26 million in Philadelphia. Companies often lowball their clients, but Morgan & Morgan always tries to get the very best payout for their clients. And the best part about it is, the service is completely free unless you win your case. To use their service, you can click the link in my bio or scan the QR code, fill out this application, and submit it, and that's it. Someone from the firm will reach out to you regarding your case. So if you ever get seriously injured, your case could be worth millions, and you're only a few clicks away from potentially changing your life. You can start your claim with Morgan & Morgan at www.forthepeople.com/Tron or by scanning the QR code on the screen. Ursula from The Little Mermaid. The one that honestly bothers me the most is the recontextualizing of Ursula from The Little Mermaid as just being a savvy businesswoman that went after what she wanted. In Disney's The Little Mermaid, Ariel signs a contract with the sea witch Ursula to become human. The contract stipulated that so long as Ariel was able to get Prince Eric to fall in love with her and kiss her within 3 days, then she would be able to remain human permanently. Otherwise, she turned back into a mermaid and become a captured slave for Ursula. Now, the defense that a lot of people have for Ursula is the fact that she was very upfront with the conditions of the contract. Ursula isn't really a villain, she's just a smart businesswoman. She told Ariel exactly what would happen to her if she signed the contract. It's not her fault Ariel wasn't smart enough to know it was a bad deal. Ursula stuck to the conditions of the contract, and so should Ariel. So in fact, Ursula is the victim because she got killed for simply trying to make a good business deal. Now, doesn't that sound like the most ridiculous thing you've ever heard? First of all, there's just so much misrepresentation of Ursula's character to make this a thing. The crux of the argument is that because Ursula was fully forthcoming with what the contract entailed, she could not have taken advantage of Ariel. But that kind of logic ignores the fact that Ursula specifically targeted Ariel as a way to exploit her to acquire more power. Ursula preyed on Ariel's insecurities and growing desire to be part of the human world. She sends her henchmen to lure her into her cavern to convince her to take the deal.
Flotsam! Jetsam! I want you to keep an extra close watch on this pretty little daughter of his. She may be the key to Triton's undoing.
Which was all part of her larger plan to take power away from King Triton. Even if we agree that Ariel knew the risk she was taking by signing the scroll and did it anyways, we can't ignore the fact that Ursula also manipulated the circumstances to make it next to impossible for Ariel to keep up her end of the bargain. She sent the eels to disrupt her date, and when it became increasingly clear that Ariel was getting closer to Prince Eric and would probably get the kiss, she literally disguised herself as a temptress, puts Eric under a spell, and tries to marry him. Like, in what world is that a fair deal? She manipulated the circumstance of the contract. Honestly, at that point, that contract would be null and void. Ursula's whole plan from the beginning was to try to manipulate Ariel to get closer to King Triton. And when she was able to trick Ariel, she offered her up so she could get to her real goal of capturing King Triton and ruling the Seven Seas. So the idea that Ariel was just dumb and Ursula was just a savvy businesswoman doesn't really hold up. Or that she was wrongfully killed because Ariel didn't read the fine print, just ignoring the fact that Ursula was also trying to kill them. Even in the live action movie, they tried to compensate for that by changing the story to have it so that Ursula also put a spell on Ariel that makes her forget about the contract and her mission to kiss Eric in 3 days.
Don't forget about the kiss. No, not me, the prince. You gotta kiss the prince. Don't you remember? You only have 3 days to... Hello? Oh no. She's put a spell on you.
I felt like that was an unnecessary change, but of course the live action movies have to address every single bad faith critique that people have for the original movies. So that meant adding more scenes to make Ursula appear more evil and vindictive, even though there was already an abundance of that in the original. The live action movie also added more backstory to make Ursula and Trident related, and that he ostracized her from the kingdom to explain and justify why she targeted Ariel and why she wanted to take revenge on King Triton, which again was kind of unnecessary. I just think it's hilarious how the remake really had to be overhanded when it came to Ursula to avoid people tweeting about how it's unfortunate that they killed her just for being a savvy businesswoman. I think the thing with Ursula is that she's a really charismatic character, so people often feel the need to justify why they might like her more than Ariel by implying that she was killed for no reason. I also think that a lot of that stems from the bad blood people have with Ariel as a character in general. Ariel is one of those Disney princesses that has fallen victim to the modern recontextualization of Disney princesses actually not being feminists, being too boy crazy and always needing a man to save them.
If you could be a Disney princess, who would you be?
Cinderella, because she worked for what she got. She wasn't some little hoe mermaid that married a guy when she was 16 that she never had a conversation with 3 days after meeting him.
People hate Ariel because the popular reading on her is that she gave up her life in the sea and abandoned her friends and family, all for a man she doesn't even know, which of course is an ill-intentioned interpretation of the movie. Ariel has been consistently shown to be obsessed with the human world even before she ever met Eric. So she didn't give it all up for a man, she just wanted a new life. But of course, if that's your reading on Ariel, then someone like Ursula, who preys upon that naivety while also using contract law to get what she wants, does make her seem like more of a feminist character than Ariel. The easiest thing would be to just say I like Ursula because she's a really funny and compelling character, but the easy cop-out is to somehow justify all of her shenanigans. Azula, Avatar: The Last Airbender. Azula from Avatar: The Last Airbender is a war criminal. Now, I'm not using war criminal in the most literal sense. Obviously, we don't know the laws of this world. We don't know if her actions really constitute a war crime. I'm just being hyperbolic. But Azula as a character has many admirable traits. She's driven, determined, analytic, and a perfectionist. She has a lot of qualities that a lot of people admire and would want to replicate. So it's not a question why people are drawn to Azula as a character. It makes perfect sense. And because of that, people tend to go out of their way to justify liking her to make her appear as a more sympathetic character, even though she's a huge antagonist of the series. A part of that is also bolstered by the fact that the show offered more backstory into the lives of Azula and Zuko, where we got to learn more about their childhood and upbringing that provided more context for why they both are the way that they are. The common excuse used to justify Azula's actions throughout the show is that she's just as much a victim of her family as Zuko was, and that her participation in the war and colonization was simply out of a deep desire to earn the respect and attention of her father, because he manipulates and abuses her. And it's like, well, sure, I could be on board with that reasoning, but that does not at all take away from the fact that she still did a lot of really horrible stuff. I noticed that with a lot of Azula stans, part of their frustration comes from the fact that people do not talk about Azula in the same way that they do Zuko or Uncle Iroh. People have a much easier time sympathizing with them and forgiving them, even though they are also both war criminals. But that grace and understanding doesn't seem to extend to Azula. And the simple explanation for that is because the show literally created entire character arcs to redeem both Zuko and Iroh. At the beginning of the show, Uncle Iroh was already depicted as being more level-headed and less war-crazed than the rest of the Fire Nation, so it was already easy to sympathize with him, even though before the start of the series, he did lay siege to Ba Sing Se, presumably killing a lot of people, but we're not going to focus on that right now. The point is, Uncle Iroh was a lovable old man who gave great advice. It was easy to not hate him, and the show literally spent its entire 3 seasons redeeming Zuko. We spent the entire show watching his growth. Even when it came to our protagonists, they each got episodes with Zuko where he had to redeem himself and earn their trust. None of that happened for Azula. Ever since she was introduced, she was firmly the antagonist, and even though we got more backstory and context surrounding her motivation, she never changed. So, of course, people have an easier time looking past all the bad things Zuko did than with her. Another excuse that a lot of people make for Azula is the fact that she has a lot of trauma surrounding her mom and is mentally unstable. But it's like, none of that excuses all of the harm she's caused.
I could sit here and complain how our mom liked Zuko more than me, but I don't really care. My own mother thought I was a monster. She was right, of course, but it still hurt.
Yes, she may have been manipulated by her dad, and yes, she might have a lot of emotional trauma, but she still did all of those things. She still attacked cities and colonized other states. She brought down Ba Sing Se. Ozai's plan during Sozin's Comet to burn the Earth Kingdom to the ground was literally Azula's idea. It's just hard to excuse all of that because she has mommy and daddy issues and is a little mentally unstable. Like, she almost killed Aang and Zuko. It's safe to say that she's not a good person, and that's okay. She doesn't need to be. People's gut reaction to having more context around a villain's motivation to reduce the impact of the harm they've caused is just crazy to me. Just because we have more context of Azula's childhood and her relationship to her mom doesn't stop making her the antagonist. All it does is give us more context and maybe more reasoning behind why she does the thing that she does. But it's still bad. It's still morally reprehensible. She doesn't stop being a bad guy just because you can kind of see why she would hate Zuko. Trying to kill him is still a bad thing. And to the very end, she's unable to recognize that and come to terms with it, which is why it's so much easier to forgive Zuko and Iroh. And I think it does say a lot that people are so quick to look past all of that to force some kind of tragic backstory for villains, because even with Ozai, let's say we added context to his childhood. All the excuses created for why Azula isn't that bad could be applied to him too. He was the younger sibling constantly overlooked by his father. He grew up in a dysfunctional, war-crazed family. Does that mean that all the harm he caused wasn't that bad? Look, you can like Azula. She's one of my favorite characters in the entire show. I love every time she comes on screen. We don't have to lie and make stuff up in order to justify why we like her. Sharpay, High School Musical. So I've already made a video about people recontextualizing Sharpay as a victim in the High School Musical franchise. Because people really like Sharpay. She's energetic, a good performer, and is really confident and has a lot of star power. So a lot of people are really drawn to her. And because of that, people make a lot of excuses for her behavior because she's such an interesting and compelling character. In the first movie, the excuse as to why Sharpay was justified in being an asshole to the basketball star Troy and super genius transfer student Gabriella was because, unlike those uncultured plebs, Sharpay actually cared about the drama department and the performing arts. Therefore, she's more deserving of roles and being the lead in plays and performances in the drama department. So the roles and performing opportunities going to Gabriella and Troy, who don't seem to care that much about the performing arts, seems inherently unfair because Sharpay would appreciate them so much more. Gabriella and Troy perform just for the fun of it. They treat it as a hobby, while Sharpay respects it as a serious discipline. My thing has always been that if Sharpay is that confident in her abilities as a top performer in the school, why was she so threatened by newbies potentially auditioning for the roles? That's the thing too, these were just the auditions. If she's as good as she thinks she is, she wouldn't be that worried about 2 novices throwing their hat in the ring. Also, the reason why the excuse of Sharpay was just so much more deserving of these roles than Troy and Gabriella always fell flat for me, because it was as if Sharpay just sat by and played fair and had these opportunities stolen from her. She actively tried to sabotage and prevent both of them from auditioning. She had the audition date moved on the same day as Troy's basketball game and Gabriella's decathlon to intentionally prevent them from even being able to audition. So yeah, she is the bad guy, or at the very least, very clearly the antagonist. So I never got why she was just so much more deserving of being the lead, because it's like, if she's good, she'll get it, and if there are other people who are better, they'll get it. Also, my reading on Sharpay was never that she respected the performing arts so much and was mad that these people who didn't care as much would taint the experience. It was more so that Sharpay just liked being the center of attention. She wants to always be the star, so she reacted very negatively to the idea that there would be anyone who would threaten her place as always being the star. It really was from a selfish place of just wanting everything to be about her. Even her twin brother Ryan is allowed to share the stage with her, but never upstage her or pull attention from her.
Me is you, no one like you.
Then is really
something's not right.
Really rough.
Up to the top.
The most frustrating excuse of all time, though, when it comes to Sharpay is for the second movie. At that point, I'm somewhat convinced that you must have never seen the movie if you can defend her whatsoever. The infuriating excuse I see people make for Sharpay here is that she gave all of the Wildcats a great summer job out of the goodness of her heart. That, and not only that, but also lined up multiple opportunities for Troy to get him into a good university and on track to be a huge basketball star, and they took those opportunities for granted and treated her so poorly. And it's like, that's not at all what happened. Sharpay never wanted the entire class to be there. She only wanted Troy. Troy said that he wouldn't take the job unless his friends were also hired. Mind you, Sharpay only got the job for Troy because she wants to spend the entire summer with to win him over, even though at that point, Troy was already in a relationship with Gabriella. And when his other friends showed up unexpectedly, she made her mission to make their time there as miserable as possible so they would quit and she would have Troy all to herself. And those amazing scholarship opportunities she got for Troy was just a way to manipulate him to be with her. Sharpay doesn't actually care about Troy or his future. She doesn't even really like him, to be honest. Her obsession with Troy just stems from wanting to be with the most popular guy in school. She wants to be with him because of what that would do for her own image. It's all about her. She wasn't being altruistic, she was being selfish, even if that meant throwing the one person who cares about her under the bus, her brother. I just don't see how anyone could draw a different conclusion from that movie. Like, at that point, you're not even finding excuses, you're just rewriting the movie and making up scenarios in your head. Regina George is so popular that her popularity has transcended the movie. She's the most popular character in the movie, and she's also the most recognizable character in the movie, to the point that she has become even more popular than the main character, Katie. You know, if anybody were to dress up as a character from that movie, you would immediately be able to recognize Regina as a costume, but maybe not so much Katie. Regina is just one of those antagonists that is so much more recognizable than the protagonist. And because of that, people have tried to create more depth to her character and make her seem more misunderstood and create made-up scenarios and reasons as to why she isn't as bad as people make her out to be. And that even shows in the musical remake. In the stage musical and the movie musical adaptation, Regina is front and center and she takes up more space. The recontextualizing in response to her popularity in pop culture has been to make Regina seem more like the main character than even Katie was. But the excuse that people create is that, well, Regina is mean, she is a mean girl, but so is Katie and Janice.
See, at least me and Regina George know we're mean. You try to act like you're so innocent. Like, oh, I used to live in Africa with all the little birdies and the little monkeys.
But their meanness comes out of a response to how Regina was to them. And two wrongs don't make a right, but Regina also is a very mean person. She mistreats the people around her, and it's okay for you to like Regina. Regina is iconic, and she is such a memorable and quotable character. She does have a lot of great one-liners, but she's not a good person. She's mean, and that's okay. But people hyperfixate on how Katie went over the top and that Katie was not right to do the things that she did to Regina and betray her in that way, even though Regina was mean to her first. And it's like, maybe Katie did go overboard in how she responded to Regina's meanness. Maybe it was a bit much, but that doesn't make Regina any less of a mean girl. Even if we're going to say that Katie was more of a mean girl to Regina than she was to her, now what? Regina is still a mean girl. She still did all of those things. So I think people just try to find a way to make excuses for her because of how popular she is. Because she's just so much more popular than any of the other characters in the movie. They try to justify why they like her by deflecting blame and painting Katie and Janice to be the actual antagonists. The reason I think so many people have this incessant need to create excuses for antagonists is a general uncomfortability with a character they like not being widely well received. I think there is this gut reaction of wanting a character you like, or at the very least appreciate, to also be perceived that way by the people around you. And my theory is that feeling actually comes all the way from old Hollywood, when censorship in motion pictures were at their peak. In the earliest days of the movie-making business, Hollywood had a very contentious relationship with the state. right. Outside of more seemingly progressive states like California and New York, there was a nationwide concern that movies were immoral and were depicting harmful ideas around religion, patriotism, and sexuality. There was also a lot of scandals happening at Hollywood at the time. People did not trust Hollywood, and filmmakers and a lot of states were beginning to adopt their own censorship laws about what could and could not be shown in films. The concern among studios at the time was that if every state had their own censorship laws, it would require studios to make multiple versions of a single film just to have them played in a specific state. So the easier answer to that was self-censorship. And a formal unified body of rules surrounding censorship in films was created, called the Hays Code. The Hays Code was very comprehensive and extremely restrictive in what could be shown in film. Any studio that did not comply with the code would not have their film be shown. In fact, filmmakers had to submit plot summaries about what movies they wanted to make, have it approved and vetted under the Hays Code before production would even begin. The Hays Code forbade nudity, any explicit displays of sex, depictions of homosexuality was forbidden, depictions of interracial couples were forbidden, and it stipulated that any characters that committed a crime had to be punished by the end of the film. Studios were not allowed to make villains or antagonists sympathetic. They did not want the audience relating to them or feeling bad for them. So that stipulation created a very black and white depiction of heroes and villains for years in old Hollywood movies. Anytime a character was shown to do something bad, it was the movie's responsibility to condemn their actions and have them be punished for it in some way in the film. So there was no complex villains. The bad guy was just the bad guy, and you were just meant to root for the hero to stop them and save the day. And I do think that because for decades audiences were conditioned to that type of depiction of antagonists, when filmmakers began to deviate from that in later years after the Hays Code was abandoned and they were allowed to make villains more sympathetic, flesh out their backstories and make them more relatable, it became a really novel idea. At the time, audiences in any way feeling bad for the bad guy was completely unheard of. So I think the pendulum really swung in the other direction, where the depiction of a complex villain became more appealing to audiences, and Hollywood continued to write more antagonists like that, to the point where it's very hard to find any antagonist or villain that doesn't have a somewhat well-established motivation for why they do the horrible things that they do, or why they think it's right. In the 1920s, a character like Thanos would simply just have to be a crazy alien who wanted to destroy the universe and was stopped. But in modern Hollywood, we need you to feel for Thanos. You have to understand and even sympathize with him. You may even walk away from Infinity War thinking, he kind of has a point. So I think because that has just become the norm for modern movies, audiences are now retroactively going back to other villains that may not have clear motivations behind why they're assholes, and are creating them themselves to add more depth to them, make them more complex, all to justify why they like them. Because it might be a little embarrassing to just say Scar from The Lion King is your favorite character. So maybe instead of him just being a basic mustache twirling bad guy, he was supposed to be the actual king, and Mufasa stole his spot. That's why he hates him, and that's why he killed him. There. Don't you feel so much better now saying that Scar is a good villain? No one can argue with you because now he has a good motivation, even though it's not at all necessary. So those are just my thoughts on why I think this is happening a lot with audiences and how Hollywood is kind of exacerbating that problem. I like villains with good motivation, I enjoy a good backstory, but I don't necessarily think that this is the end-all be-all on what makes a good villain good. The Joker is Batman's main villain, and he never really has a very clear motivation as to why he does anything that he does. But people really like him anyways, and you don't have to go down the route of he was just this beaten down, mentally ill, poorly treated clown that had a string of bad luck just for you to feel sorry for him, just to justify why you like him. You can just like the Joker. Sometimes I enjoy the simple mustache twirling bad guys because they're still fun to watch and they really challenge the protagonist in interesting ways. Sometimes the bad guy or the antagonist is just a tool to push our main characters to where they need to be. And if they can effectively do that, I'm fine with it. It's okay to say you like them as is. You don't have to force a backstory or motivation to justify that. So let me know what your guys' thoughts are on this below. Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
After the cultural upheaval that was created at the end of World War II, a man by the name of George Hudson grew captivated by certain attractions that lined the west coast of America, specifically the ones that played with your sense of gravity. He sought out to create a mind-bending locale on a particular slope in the redwood forests of California. Yes, just south of Piercy, a strange little place not too different from the Oregon Vortex and the Mystery Spot in Santa Cruz cropped up, and with weird oddities like a historic train ride through the strange woods, sightings of chipolopes, and the mind-boggling Gravity House. The aptly named Confusion Hill became another key stop on any mystery seeker's journey through the weird, weird West. Among those mystery seekers was a young boy by the name of Alex Hirsch. And unbeknownst to him, the places he would see traveling up and down the coastline would result in something extraordinary. Howdy, my name is Jason, but you can just call me Butter, and welcome to a big retrospective review essay thing on what I would consider to be one of my top 3 favorite cartoons of all time. I figured I'd revisit this show because I haven't seen it since it originally aired. I loved it as a kid. So let's see if I love it as an adult. Why don't you join me on one last trip to Gravity Falls? As a slight table of contents for this video, I'm going to talk about the first season, give an intermission about the mysteries and all the surrounding media that cropped up as this show's popularity skyrocketed. Then I'll go over season 2 and the aftermath and legacy that this show has left. As far as the episodic breakdowns go, I'll give a brief overview on the plot, mention some of the characters that appear, and kind of talk about the main plot points that travel through the whole show. And then at the end, I'll give my overall thoughts on the
This is by Frosty Frost. This is their drawing done from this reference right over here. And I think they did a really good job, and in some cases I think I like their drawing more than the reference. What they were struggling with the most was the shading on this arm here, and also how to handle this chain necklace. So let's start with the shading first, okay? I think the main issue with your shading here is that it kind of feels like that the arm is very flattened in the front. So let's think about your light direction first, okay? I would say it kind of comes from this angle, almost directly perpendicular to the character, a little bit from the front. Something more like this, I think. Here is why you feel like your shading doesn't feel good. Let's examine your shapes here, both for the highlight and the shadow. So I think the shape of your arm is really nice here, but look at the shadow shape. It's just like one strip of light along here and one strip of darkness around there. That doesn't really tell us anything about the volume of the arm the same way you did the shading on the face, which is really, really good. What you really want to do is kind of vary this up a little bit. And I drew it on the wrong layer, so that's amazing. This is just about form drawing, understanding where the planes of the arm are. I would do something like this. It'd be thicker around here because this plane is kind of facing directly where the light is. And I think that would describe the light a lot more accurately than what you have right now. And notice how different that shape is compared to your kind of straight line here, because when you're designing the shapes of your shadows, you have to make sure they're appealing as well. If they're unappealing and boring, then overall your illustration won't look good and also won't describe the form properly. The reason why I'm adding so much volume here, so thickness, is like if you think about the shape of your hand, right? There is a chunk of kind of muscle and fat here that kind of makes it broader, so you don't want it to look too thin. Like here, it kind of makes this little chunk, the hypothenar eminence, it's that fat pad around the pinky, it looks really thin here somehow. By thickening it, you can give it the volume that it needs. I'm seeing here, judging from the amount of shadows here. This shadow over here, you're not really using that much of it, so I'm gonna make it a bit thinner and save it for stuff like ambient occlusion. I think it's too dark, which is why it feels like there's a shadow within a shadow, which is why the volume of the arm doesn't feel quite right. This part is already in shadow. Just because like it's getting concealed, it doesn't get more in shadow. It might get darker because of ambient occlusion, because there's a crevice here, so it's hard to get the light in, but generally you don't want to overdo that. Okay, this arm is directly coming towards us, so it's a little bit awkward. Like if you want to use it anywhere, I would use this kind of like where the strap attaches, where it comes into contact with the skin is where I would choose to use this darker shadow. And honestly, I would probably drop the arm here. I understand that it coming out here and it comes out directly towards you, but I don't find this necessarily a very appealing angle for the arm to be in. There's nothing anatomically wrong with it, I think. I think it just kind of looks better if we kind of show a bit of the forearm as well. I would generally change your arm shading like this. Like I would remove the shadow down here that makes the whole arm look a little bit blocky. You can make it a little darker in here as well because ambient occlusion will probably cause some shadows, but I wouldn't overdo it. So you said you also had a bit of trouble with the chain. Like I don't think you did necessarily a very bad job on the chains. They look kind of fine to me, not gonna lie. Then again, I'm not very good at drawing chains. So, okay, how 3D the chains look. Well, yours looks quite flat, I see. I think you have the right idea. You gotta make sure each of your chains have an actual 3D form here, right? This is like, you know, I think you did a pretty good job. We can try adding shading to them and see if it helps. But I'll do some very, very light changes just for the form drawing. You also want this to kind of recede a bit, so I kind of instead of drawing the chains like this, if you kind of drew
こまで逆だとしたら10年の全てには気づいてる見えないものを見せてあげるこすれてるキャングラスこれが悪夢の始まり不思議な夜は雨の中で笑うこんなにも濡れてるじゃないかわかんない家招く声にそっと花を添えまるでキスのように殺さぬように生かさぬように愛したら壊れてしまう離逆なんて快楽はないのどんな犬もいつかでいいのよいざからうは This love is so insane Into me そっちなら Don't link me いつまでシグナルチクタク Ding dong いつものままでかそれに気づいたの永遠の魔女が来てもさからあなたの小さな滝で開く過激で無邪気なまんだら金がまたぐすべ嘘を塗りつぶす仮面の蔵だけは見せないように犯さぬように怪我さぬように色欲を決める花園この夢が覚めないように嘘つき血をなめせ一歩のめその心臓さそれたもの Majesty 相方 My heart for you Yes so Majesty 相方 My heart for you 殺さぬように生かさぬようにまだガキの10年から始まるのね私はNappyの愛がしても焦がしても変わらないやも海にじられるだけの花あなたの声を忘れはしたいだろう風に吹かれてじりじりになってその今 たる水晶体に映らない未来愛がしても焦がしても変わらないやもう海に入れられるだけの花ぼかしてると走る見ないふりしてるそんなあなたを僕は見ている安心しなよ僕たちみんないつだってやることは同じさ僕らの感情のどれ一つとしてもその目に映ることのないものあなたのようにならしたいんだよだろうともそうしたいとも思わないんだよ根本から真相までも全部くだらないしだいもう分かりきっているなら臆病風に吹かれながら燃え馳せるだけの日々を朝で愛がしたよ散々したそれでどうだった意味のないことの正体だぼかしてると走る見ぬふりしているそんなあなたを僕は知っている愛情にて3点ぐらい遠くなっちゃいそう醜いでしょそれは否定したいけどぼかしたも共犯者見ぬふりしているあなたもまたそれに等しく安心しなよ僕たちみんな終わるまでやることは同じさ
四六時中響く通知音ハートマークの裏の図鑑は観察されなければ存在しないこんな私は私でありえないあれそれ疑いそう行くままとすはどうせ地獄なの漂ってしまう未来オーバードーズ歪む歪む私はだLike to is hurry 安全だもの続く姫 His name is Shari 肌のシャ今宵も夢を見せてあげるご覧チュチュチュチュ君のせいだよチュチュチュチュいつだって絶好調はいどうぞ I love you だよ forever 行くよチュチュチュチュ恋に落ちたのチュチュチュチュ私が私でいる限りはキラキラまた遂げるよ私が私でいる限りはずっと笑っているから見てくれと引き換えに月は溶けていく髪煩わしくて嫌ねあなたにはどう見えて 愛足りないね愛涙落ちる音がした自分なんてないとれわかんない理想も見失ったわ血を流すたび確かない髪お人形じゃない証をちょっと救われた気になって This is my story 可愛いってその言葉まんざらでもない時もそれあるよでもあなたは本当は知らない決してそんな綺麗なものなんかじゃない刃物を持ってトイレに走るようなこの衝動に無駄なアルコールで負担する逃げ出そうにも私の居場所はここなんだと誰かが今日もささやくのこの感情も何もかもこの世界も何もかもあなたのこともこの私のことも知らないでただ普通に生きることを幸せっていうのかなチャチャチュルチュ君のせいだよチャチャチュルチュこの気持ちどうしようかいっそ全部話そうかチャチャチュルチュ恋に落ちたのチャチャチュルチュさよならはママだよチャチャチュルチュ君のせいだよチャチャチュルチュいつだって絶好調はいどうぞってラブだよそういえば行くよチャチャチュルチュ恋に落ちたのチャチャチュルチュ私が私でいる限りはキラキラまた溶けるよ私が私でいる限りはずっと笑っているから明日も明後日もその先も本物の私を愛してね
またあなたのせいで私すり減った終電見逃してまた私のせいで帰れなくなった繋がっていようね消耗戦に持ち込んでお互いに足を引っ張った春沈殿した思い出でずっと一緒参観日にだって誰からも見られていない気がしたんだ散々死に勝って昼の街に期待しないようにしたんだそうやって守った悪党臭いめちゃくちゃになった私いつだって死にたくて仕方ないこんな顔大事にしたいと思えないもん共に過ごした日々がささやかな幸せがかけがえのないトラウマになってたらいいな離れ離れなんて誰かがつかせたバグだよねあなたの一生の後悔としてそう言い遂げるよ大切なものって何今なくしたそれ私と間違いを犯しちゃったんだ取り返しがつかないねすごい焼かれる時もやめる時も黒い履歴の中でずっと一緒もうちょっと普通に悲しいこと悲しいと思いたかった蝶々の宇宙に感情を委託して楽になりたかったせいぜい一生懸命に聞いてくださいね私いつだって死にたくて仕方ないあんな歌の言いなりになっていたくないのあなただけ一人で私の目を盗んで幸せになろうなんて思わないで髪を乾かしてくれた夜から私は壊されたんだよあなたの一生の後悔としてそう言い遂げるよ外れなくなってしまった指輪みたいに何度もずっとフラッシュバックしている最低だよ一緒にいた時の方が私可愛かったなあなたの一生の後悔としてそう言い遂げるよ大切なものって何今なくしたそれ私と間違いを犯しちゃったんだ取り返しがつかないねすごい焼かれる時もやめる時も他の誰かと眠っていてもさらいの悪夢でずっと一緒
心気づかないふり絶対的なと実と真珠そうやってしていく暗示傷の切り売り物草研修そんなに進め最高級のドンキコンやがて